Do 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 do. Okay, let's see if this works now. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the awkward stream where you get to peer in to a Bible study devotional, and then we will get into learning to draw things. I'm still hurt. My knee's still kind of messed up. I'm almost I'm like on the brim of like mentally preparing to probably get ACL surgery. The thing is, I'm probably going to be able to ride again for a little bit of time, right? Because when you tear your ACL, like, you can still do stuff, right? It heals again, your knee stops swelling, and then you can kind of just like use it. But then like if you like if you jump and like twist your leg the wrong way, it'll just do the entire thing over, and your leg swells up, your knee swells up, and so yeah, I've been kind of like, and this has happened to my knee for like 5 times or something like that. So I'm probably just gonna bite the bullet and maybe just get the ACL surgery. So I don't know though. Maybe I could just get a brace, but other than that, we're gonna do our Bible study devotional. So we're gonna try and put God first anyway. Try to put God first. Try to I guess maybe try and seek first the kingdom in any way. Maybe that's what we should do a Bible study on. Like let's do a Bible study on like, because I don't know about you guys, but for many many years now, I've always heard like pastors, and they always say like to try and put God first, right? Like to try and put God first, we should be trying to glorify God and all that we are doing. What verse is that? It's like whether thought or deed. What's that one where it says glorify God in all that you do? Glorify God and all that you. Is it like whether we eat or drink in all things do unto the glory of God? Let's just look that up. Let's say glory in God all things Bible verse. What verse is that? Okay, so we have 1 Corinthians 10:31. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. Colossians 3:23 through 24. Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Christ. You know what that reminds me of? Isn't there one that says like are we serving man or are we serving God, right? What verse is that? I forgot what verse that is. I think it might even be the front of that verse. It's like what's that verse? It's like, are we to please men or God? Something like that. Man, my memory's super off. Okay, let's see here. So this is an interesting one too, right? For am I now seeking the approval of man or of God? Or am I trying to please man? If I were trying to please man, I would not be a servant of Christ. Right? I think this is a very interesting one, right? Because there's also another one, but sometimes it makes me wonder, right? Like how, like the ways of the world and how so many businesses and like just so many businesses operate, right? It's just strange to think about like how many businesses really do try to just please people or just to please the market or something like that. Or are they really trying to please God, right? It's like, it's really strange to think about that, right? Let's see here. Let's look up some verses. Let's look up, why do pastors say to put God first in everything? We're going to look that up, okay? Because I've heard this, I don't know about you guys, but I've heard it for like years. And I'm just kind of curious. I'm thinking it's because of Matthew 6:33, right? Let's just open up to Matt. I'm thinking this is why so many pastors say this, right? Because it says, but seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you, right? I'm thinking this is why pastors say to try and put God first in everything, right? So I'm going to type that in right now. What does it mean? What does it mean to put, or what does it mean when pastors say to put God first? What does it mean when pastors say to put God first in everything? Question mark. There has to be something that comes up. Okay, so I mean, I don't know why this is the first one that comes up. Let's read it. It says, we put God first when we worship him, praise him, thank him, trust him, and rely on him rather than ourselves or anyone else. We seek God first when we go to him for comfort, strength, reassurance, acknowledging who he is and what he can do. God has a good plan for us. Okay, well, Got Questions has one. Also, this one has one too. Interesting. I haven't read these. It's so strange. I thought I would have read these by now. See, isn't that strange? I guess I've never really... I thought I did a Bible study on this, but I guess I didn't click on these. Let's read the Got Questions one. Let's see what this one's going to say. So I guess this is what this thing is going to say on Got Questions. What does putting God first really mean? It is common to hear a Christian say, I'm putting God first. See, that's the other thing. A lot of pastors say that, right? But what does that truly... It's weird because I've heard this so many times, but now that I come to think of it, I don't really remember any pastors going into what this actually really means, right? So I'm actually curious. Let's see here. I think it's because of Matthew 6:33, but that's just my take on it, right? Or to counsel others to make sure God has first place in your life. Such expressions are used so often, they run the risk of becoming a Christian cliche. And I think that's almost what it became with me, right? Because I've just heard it so much, but do I really know what that really means, right? That's the strange thing is, when you hear something a lot sometimes you almost you almost get you almost forget about it, right? It's weird. You hear it so much, it almost it doesn't come to the forefront of your mind at times. Okay, let's see here. But there's nothing trite about the idea of putting God first. In fact, it's thoroughly biblical. Everyone has priorities. We arrange our schedules, budgets, and relationships according to perceived importance. Putting God first means we give him top priority over everything else. He is the principal figure in our lives and central to all we do and think. When we choose to put God first, we determine that he is more important than any other person. His word is more valuable than any other message, and his will is weightier than any other imperative. I think there's also a proverb saying something along the lines of, I think it was something, maybe it's a psalm or something, but I remember there's a proverb or a psalm saying that he was seeking the words of the Lord more than he was even wanting gold or silver or riches, right? We should be trying to seek after God's word even more than anything else, right? Isn't that crazy? It's interesting. Let's see here. Putting God first means that we keep the greatest commandment. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. Now see, that's Matthew 22:37. Now see, that's actually the other strange thing. See, I think I have read this one because I do kind of remember bringing this one up, right? And there is actually this one part, because see how it says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. That's Matthew 22:37. But what's strange is if you read the Luke version adds in to love the God also with all your strength. Let's look that one up real quick. Love the Lord your God with all your strength. And that is Luke 10:27. It's kind of strange how Luke added in strength. And I actually haven't heard any pastor really mention this because we just read those two verses, right? But this verse right here, it says, and he answered them, and he answered, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself. What does the KJV version say? And he answering said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. Man, is that really, that's kind of strange that they brought up this verse first, right? Because I honestly, when I thought of it, I thought about Matthew 6:33 first, right? Actually, I didn't think about this one, right? Interesting, right? And what's strange is we did do a Bible study on this one, Luke 10:27. And you know how, because I think some people might think of strength right there as in willpower, of endurance. But what's strange is we did a Bible study on the word strength, and specifically relating to this verse. And what's strange is this actually means a physical strength, right? Because it also goes into heart, soul, mind, and strength. It's basically everything. We should try and give the Lord everything in some degree, right? Very interesting. We're going to have to do another Bible study on that one. But yeah, it's kind of strange that Matthew didn't put in the strength one, right? Okay, let's continue. In other words, We are totally invested in our relationship with God. Everything we have and everything we are is devoted to Him. Devoted. I like that word. I like that word, devoted and devotion. That's the other thing that's the other weird thing is the first time I've ever even saw those words was because of like devotionals, right? And there's also, what's also weird about this word devoted is actually no, that's probably not the first time. It sounds ridiculous, right? The first time I've seen the word devotion or like devoted was actually from an RPG game, right? A lot of RPG games with the paladin class, right? There was specifically a paladin aura, and it was called the devotion aura, right? That's the funny thing about some of these RPG games, especially if you play like the holy classes, is what's strange is that some of these words, they have like these like blessing of might and all these interesting words. And what's strange is if you look up the definition of some of those words, sometimes they like start going back into the scriptures. It's very interesting. Okay, we hold nothing back. Okay, let's continue onward. Putting God first means we keep our lives free from idolatry in all its forms. Dear children, keep yourselves from idols. 1 John 5:21. An idol is anything that replaces the one true God in our hearts. As Gideon demolished the altar of Baal and chopped down the Asherah pole, Judges 6:25-27, we must tear from our hearts anything that lessens our devotion to our reverence of God. As Gideon built an altar to the Lord to replace the idolatrous images, we must dedicate ourselves as living sacrifices to God, and in that way we put Him first. Interesting. See, they're bringing up so many verses. Man, I must really not even... See, this is a Bible study that is pretty important to me because I honestly... Bro, all I thought of was Matthew 6:33. They didn't even bring that one up yet. Look, I didn't even think about any of these verses, right? It just kind of goes to show how much I truly actually thought about this, right? Okay, what does Romans 12:1 say? Romans 12:1 says, I appeal to you, therefore, brothers, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Man, that is just a gnarly. And that's the other thing, right? That word right there, living sacrifice. Sounds so gnarly. But honestly, what did the Lord Jesus Christ do, right? The Lord Jesus Christ made the ultimate sacrifice, right? So it's almost like, man, it's just so gnarly to even think about. We're gonna have to do a Bible study on this one because that one's really gnarly. Okay, let's continue onward. Putting God first means we strive to follow in Jesus' steps. 1 Peter 2:21. Jesus' life was characterized by total submission to the Father's will, service to others, and prayer. In the garden, faced with unthinkable agony, Jesus prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. That's putting God first. Jesus' words, actions, and doctrine all came from the Father. John 5:19, 7:16, and 12:49. Jesus glorified the Father in every detail of his life and accomplished all that he has been sent to do. John 17:4. Jesus taught us to seek the kingdom of God above all else. Okay, so I guess I did get one right. We got one right. They brought up one verse, right? I was really thinking that's why they bring up that. So I guess I at least got one thing right, but I didn't think about all the other ones, right? The other ones didn't even come to the forefront of my mind. Okay, let's see here. Jesus taught us to seek the kingdom of God above all else, right? See, now I'm wondering, like, do you think we should be seeking the kingdom of God every single day? Or do you think this is just for like Sunday or just like Saturday or whatever, whenever you go to church or whatever, right? Like, should we just be seeking God just one day a week? Should we be seeking God every single day of the week? Because when I feel like just say like, we're gonna have to look that up. I wonder if we're supposed to seek the kingdom of God every single day, right? I don't really know, honestly. I'm gonna have to look that question up after I read this paragraph. That is, we are to seek the things of God over the things of the world. Now, see, that's the other strange thing, right? The things of the world right there. I think where we're heading right now, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like me personally, is I have trouble distinguishing now what truly is of the world and what truly is of God, right? Especially with like the internet now, and there's just so much information now, bro. It's like information overload. Sometimes I'm not even lying, bro. I will confess, I literally have trouble of really unknowing, like what is of the world and what is of God. Can something be subtly of the world and subtly of God, or vice versa? Right? I'm like curious on what that is, because I'm confused on that. Still, we're gonna have to do a Bible study on that too. See, there's so many things you could do Bible studies on, right? Like these are things that I really don't know, and that's the thing. That's why I'm doing these Bible studies, right? We are to seek the salvation that is inherited in the kingdom of God, considering that of greater value than all the world's riches combined. Oh, see, that's funny. I actually thought about that was the one that we thought of earlier, because I think David said something like that in a psalm. That's Matthew 13, 44, 46. What does that say? The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field, which a man found and covered up. Then in his joy he goes and sells all that he has to buy that field. See, that is such a strange, dude. There are some strange parables, man. So he's basically saying that he will give up everything to find that hidden treasure that the Lord has in that field, man. Isn't that crazy, bro? I mean, I know it probably doesn't sound that crazy, but like when you really start like studying these parables and stuff and get deeper and deeper into them, man, it's like, dude, there's like so many layers to them sometimes. Okay, let's see here. During a time of famine, the prophet Elijah visited a town where he met a widow who was preparing a final meal for herself and her son. Elijah asked her from some bread. Oh, I think I found a typo. Look at that. We found a typo. Elijah asked her from some bread. Oh, that's so weird that I actually found a typo. And it's so weird because I'm so bad at words and like punctuation and all that stuff, but I'm pretty sure that's a typo that we just found in there. Elijah asked her from some bread and water, and the widow explained that she had the resources for only one meal only. And after that was gone, she would face starvation. Elijah persisted. Don't be afraid. And that's actually a very interesting thing that he says that. Don't be afraid. Because also there is some things, you'll hear it from other pastors as well. They'll probably bring it up. But I think it's do not fear not. I think fear not. I think that is mentioned 365 times. Let's look that up. Fear not is mentioned. I just want to see if it's right. Fear not is mentioned 365 times in the Bible. I'm pretty sure it's mentioned 365 times. Let's look it up. Well, I mean, I guess I haven't really went too deep into it, but there's a lot of people that say that fear not is written 365 times. Now, I actually haven't myself really went in there and actually counted it. Does that really say that? But there are a lot of people that have said that fear not is written 365 times. And I guess the thing is that some people equate that into that God wants us not to be afraid all year round, right? Now, I don't know if that's completely true. You take that with a grain of salt. You can look it up yourself, but that's some interesting lore if you didn't know, right? Which they're probably not going to write on here on this one, but that's what I thought of anyway. Okay, let's see here. Don't be afraid. But first, make a small loaf of bread for me and what you have, and bring it to me, and then make something for yourself and your son. 1 Kings 17:13. In essence, Elijah told her to put God first. By faith, the widow obeyed. She put God first and fed the prophet. And then came the miracle. There was food every day for Elijah, and for the woman and her family. For the jar of flour was not used up, and the jug of oil did not run dry. Verses 15 through 16. Now, isn't that strange, man? Now, I'm going to be really honest too. I'm really bad at the Old Testament, and the one reason why I don't bring up much of the Old Testament on the stream is just because there's a lot of controversies at times with the the Old Covenant and then the New Covenant, and then some people, and then there's literally so many different denominations that go, oh, well, this thing carries over in the Old Covenant, and then that denomination goes, oh, no, well, that doesn't carry over. But one thing I do seem to, from my observations, is most people do tend to take the Proverbs and then the Psalms, but then it gets a little tricky with all the Old Covenant stuff and then the New Covenant stuff. So That's why I don't really get too deep into the Old Testament stuff, because it can get a little confusing and also a bit scary at times, especially if you start to think about it in maybe something that's supposed to occur in this very present time when we're actually under the new covenant. So that's something that we're going to have to do a study on, a lot of studies on actually. But yeah, that's one, the other thing. Okay, let's see here. Those who put God first will stand out from the rest of the world. They will obey God's commands, John 14:15. They will take up their cross and follow Jesus, Luke 9:23. And they will not forsake their first love, Revelations 2:4. They give God the first fruits, not the leftovers. You know what? I forgot about that, about giving God our first fruits. Huh. That's strange. Dude, that's so weird that maybe that's what they always bring up too. I think there's a proverb saying something like that too. First fruits, Proverbs. Isn't there something? Okay, let's see here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Now see, this is what, okay, so there, Proverbs 3:9, this is the one that I remember. Honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thine increase. Huh. Man, I have it's weird because isn't it weird when you have read so many Bible verses, but just because someone brought up another Bible, or because you read something, you go, wait a minute, I remember that Bible verse. Bro, they didn't even bring up this Bible verse in there, but this is what I'm remembering. Proverbs 3:9, right? And I really do like the KJV version, because even if we read the ESV version, right, it says, honor the Lord with your wealth and the first fruits of your produce. Huh? Isn't that strange? We are to honor the Lord. Now, I kind of don't really like that word wealth in here, because I like how the KJV says it, right? Honor the Lord with thy substance. Because I feel like substance can really be anything, right? It could be anything of value that you take into that, right? And I find that very interesting. And with the first fruits of all thine increase. Now, see, I wonder what that word all means right there, right? All. Does that really mean everything? We are to honor the Lord with all of our increase? Now, I guess, what does that mean? What does increase mean, right? Could that be increasing in learning? Could that be increasing in monetarily? Could that be increasing in our skills? Could that be increasing in anything? But I guess it says all, so, we're going to have to do a Bible study on this one. Very interesting. Okay, let's see here. And they will they give God the first fruits, not the leftovers. The Christian life is characterized by moment-to-moment selfless service to God that flows from love for Him and His people. In all things, the believer trusts, obeys, and loves God above all else. Putting God first becomes easier when we take to heart the words of Romans 11:36. Everything comes from the Lord. All things were made because of Him and will return to Him. Praise the Lord forever. Romans 11:36. What does the ESV version say? For from Him and through Him and to Him all things. To Him be glory forever. Amen. And that was the interesting. I'm gonna look up that one now. What does Proverbs 3:9 mean? Proverbs 3:9 commentary. Proverbs 3:9 reminds us that all our gifts belong to God. So off the top, give to God. And remind yourself this belongs to God. All of it belongs to God. All of it comes from God. And so we give the first fruits as a reminder of that. Now, what is a first fruit, right? That's the other... What does that mean? I mean, I guess... Okay, let's see. What is the Benson commentary? So this is Benson commentary on Proverbs 3:9. Honor the Lord with thy substance. Lay out thy estate, not to please thyself, but to glorify God. So we are to glorify God. And with the first fruits of all thy increase, or with the chief or best, which answers to the firstfruits under the law. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty. This is not the way to diminish thy estate, as covetous and profane persons allege, but rather to increase it. Let's read. We'll read one more commentary. Sorry, these Bible studies get a little. I mean, I guess these things aren't really that long, but I think most people might think they're kind of. All right, let's read Matthew Pohl's commentary. What is Matthew? Because this one actually goes into Proverbs 3:7-12. This is going to go into. Oh, what is Barnes Note going to say? Substance points to capital increase or to revenue. The supplicant, as if to guard against ill-gotten gains, being offered as an atonement for all ill-getting. Inserts the qualifying words, honor the Lord from thy righteous labors. With thy substance, or with thy riches, lay out thy estate not only to please and advance thyself or family, but also to glorify God, which is done by the payment of all those offerings and dues which God hath required, by giving according to thy abilities whatsoever is necessary for the support and advancements of God's worship and service to the world. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's almost like we are to try and do God's will, right? To make his kingdom, on earth as it is in heaven, right? Maybe? Is that maybe what they're alluding to? Let's see here. By free and liberal contributions to those whom God hath made his deputies, and, as I may say, the receivers of his rents, to wit, faithful ministers and good Christians, and to all others who need and require thy help. The performance of these duties is here called an honoring of God, partly because that word is sometimes used for giving of gifts, as 1 Timothy 5:17, and elsewhere, and partly because it is a testimony of our respects to God, of our obedience to him as our sovereign Lord, and that in hard and costly duties, of our thankfulness to him as our chief benefactor and donor of all that we have. Man. And that's such a crazy thing to think of, right? Because I've heard so many pastors say that everything that we have is from the Lord, right? He's basically loaning us these things, right? Isn't that just crazy to think about? Like, if you really think about that, look everything around you, the clothes on your back, everything is of God's, man. Dude, and we are to try and at least honor him and glorify him just a little bit, right? Isn't that crazy? Like, that's so gnarly to think about. And of all our belief of his promise made to the faithful practicers of this duty, which, if they were believed, the most covetous persons would be the most charitable. Wow, very interesting. With the firstfruits, or with the chief, or best, or first, which answers to the firstfruits under the law. But aren't we not under the law? So it's like, so that's another strange thing, right? I really don't know. Anyway, I guess that was a Bible study. We're going to do many more. See, and these things really aren't too hard. I'm going to be really honest, right? Like, these Bible studies, it's almost like we're hitting, I don't like the phrase that when people say, we're knocking out two birds with one stone, right? Well, now it's almost like we're knocking out multiple birds, honestly, with one stone, right? Because, dude, it's so easy now. Just imagine back in the day, right? When we did not have the internet, or we just had a bunch of books, right? Imagine just trying to find that. We having to open up that book, try and find a commentary to that. Dude, now it's just boom. We can just find a commentary. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, it's so easy now to try and, I guess, plant seeds of faith, right? He put another parable for them, saying the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. So I think I'm just going to continue, and I know I sound crazy, but I'm just going to continue to tell myself this, right? I'm literally going to continue to tell myself this. Because today if you actually didn't notice, but today I was like, I kind of don't want to do this Bible study. They're really awkward to do. But now, this is why I continually keep bringing these verses up. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. And what does he liken the kingdom to? He put another parable for them, saying, the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. And what is the seed? The seed is the word of God in Luke 8:11, which I think I actually have to underline. Luke 8. 11. Now the parable is this. The seed is the word of God. I'm actually going to underline in green. Actually, I don't really have much underline on that one. So let's continue to plant seeds of the word and to try and glorify God in all that we're doing, even if it is really awkward at times. I'm just going to have to take it. I mean, it's honestly not even that awkward. It really isn't. It just feels awkward to do, but I mean, to be really honest, I mean, people have died. I mean, the Lord Jesus Christ died on a cross. I mean, if there's anything that's, you know, we could at least try and do, we could at least try and plant one verse, right? It's like, bro, you know, like he was sitting there in agony. You know, how much easier it is just to say just these little words, you know, just thinking about it that way. It's brutal, right? So I shouldn't even be thinking. I mean, that's the other thing, right? Anyway. Well, I guess that was Bible study. Really awkward Bible studies. But we're doing it. We're going to try and give glory to God. By the way, the stream last week, it cut out. So I couldn't really finish what we were getting into, per se, about these things. So what we're going to get into, and I actually did make a big breakthrough last week. I made such a big breakthrough last week, man. Oh yeah, let's do a card draw. I forgot. Let's do a card draw, actually, before we get into this. I'm actually going to open up the stream over here so I can see the chat. Okay, let me move this over here, move that over here. Let's open up the stream on this side. Chug some coffee. I wish I could be riding, but unfortunately we can't. I'm just not going to try and think about it. I'm just going to draw bikes. That's another thing. I'm just going to take out my energy and just try and draw bicycles. I want to ride right now, but I can't. And I'm like, it's okay. Let's try and just put this energy to use, and we'll just try and learn how to draw bicycles, which we're trying all week last week, and we actually kind of hit a big milestone. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna do a card draw. Card draw. I'm gonna shuffle these up. Shuffle. I'm shoveling them. Wish there was a way I could just show it right here, but okay. First card of the day. Ooh, sweet. We have Angelic Armaments. First card of the day. Second card. We have Centaur Blade. This reminds me of Psalms 18:33. He made my feet like the feet of a deer. He set me secure on the heights. Ooh, number 3. Test of faith. Those who survive the test bear a mark of power anyone can recognize. Dude, that would be cool to draw like a lion centaur. Fourth card is a Plains. 5, Elvish Visionary. From a tiny sprout, the greatest trees grow and flourish. May the seeds of your mind be equally fruitful. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have Angel of Jubilation. Last card. Angelic Page. And that was the hand for today. Boom. Do 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 do. Okie dokie. Let's get into drawing now. Okay, let's put some music on and we will get into the drawing stream. Oh wait, I need to plug this phone in actually. Okie dokie. What are we doing here? Here, I'll show you what. So this, we're going to do some more warm-up things. This was what we were doing last week. Last week we were basically learning if we get back into it, we're learning the field of view. How do we calculate the field of view? Because things start getting distorted outside the field of view. And then when you start drawing spheres and circles in distorted things outside the field of view, they get wonky. And once they start getting wonky, it starts getting just confusing and you get frustrated and all this stuff. And even though this stuff is very frustrating to learn, the reason why we're learning this stuff to begin with is because I wanted to learn how to draw bikes, right? And the thing about drawing bikes is the front wheel is so darn confusing, man. It is really, really confusing to draw a front wheel if you try and draw a front wheel. And the thing is that there's not many how-to videos. There's how-to videos on how to draw bikes is like a mechanical designer, and they draw everything in that one point of perspective, right? But the thing about bars is like bars can do a bar spin, right? The everything can move and stuff. It tilts and things can tilt. The bars can tilt. You can do a bar spin doing a tilt, and there's just so many things that you can do all but a bunch of stuff, right? So that's basically what I've been trying to figure out is how do you draw a bike in any single angle and the bars in any single angle, right? So that led me into the conclusion of trying to, okay, so then we started thinking, okay, well, what is a wheel, right? If we think about a bike wheel, right? A bike wheel is pretty darn symmetrical in terms of a circle, right? And if you are a brake user or if you ride flatland, you probably know that having true wheels is very important, right? Otherwise, you're going to have a hop in your wheel. You're going to go dun, 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 dun. Now, this is where this gets into the play, right? Because if we start drawing things in a distorted cube, things can get a little wobbly. Things can get pretty hoppy in our wheels, right? And we want to have true wheels. So and so this is what we're getting into is what we started learning about. Okay, well, how do we draw a symmetrical cube within perspective, right? And what I'm talking about a symmetrical cube is this side is the same size as this side, and that side is it's all, so then if we draw a sphere in it, we know that it will be cylindrical and even, and it'll be somewhat of a true wheel. So then what got into it is that how do you draw that same concept, but now how do we draw something on a pivot axis, right? Say if it was a fork, or this is just a pivot axis And so then we went into how do we rotate a cube around, right? How do you rotate a cube around in space? And this is what we're getting into as well. It's just how do you, we are rotating, how do we rotate cubes, right? Or just any shape. And then last week before my internet got cut out, we made a big breakthrough. And so what we went into is how do we draw a same size cube but in a top point perspective and all that stuff, right? And also we didn't just get into that. We went into many different types of perspective. But then while the stream was out, I figured out, I think I may have figured out how to draw bikes now. And how I think we may have been figuring this out is we're taking two concepts from some perspective things that we're learning, right? And so what we're learning is we're trying to take this and relate this as in if this was if this was the plane of axis, and these are the forks, right? So because you know the forks, because the bars can do a 360, right? You can do bar spins and stuff, right? Well, how do we relate this axis in perspective, and how do we okay, so basically a simpler version is how do you draw a bar spin? How could you draw a bike wheel in any single angle? And so from that one, I think we may have figured it out by drawing these axes, right? So first off, what we're trying to do is we need to make sure that we're drawing a cube that is even on all sides within the perspective, right? Within the field of view, by the way, as well. And then from that plane, we are going to mark it out, and we're going to mark 3 of these by figuring out, you know, because not only are we drawing a same size cube, but we're also drawing the cube, but how do we draw 3 of them or 4 of them in repeating patterns? Because generally most bikes are 3 cubes. And this size does change varying on bike length and stuff like that. So then from here, what we're doing is we're trying to find this bottom plane, right? Or whatever plane, honestly. And then we are going to half it and then mark a circle within it. And then from that, we can find the second middle part within this axis, if we think about the forks as being the axis of this middle of this cube, right? So then we can basically have this as a radius. See this circle right here? This circle right here in the middle can be any sort of axis radius. We can change this now, and it will fit within this cube if we drew this cube evenly, right? And then from that point, I think we may have figured out, I think this is the key. This is the key into how do you draw a front wheel in any single angle in perspective, which has been, it literally took me a week to figure that out because there's no how-to videos on YouTube on how to do these things, right? I know people probably think this stuff is just ridiculous, but like the thing is, like you can literally look it up yourself. There is no how to draw bike stuff. All the how to draw bikes, all of them basically go into how I used to draw bikes, right? And how I used to draw bikes was like this, right? And I can already tell I got this one wrong too, but see how I used to draw bikes? Every single bike I used to draw, always the front wheel was always lined up with that, right? And now we are trying to learn, and also these wheels are definitely not, I don't think in the correct size if we were to measure that out correctly. Actually, maybe they might be, but so yeah, that's what we're doing. And that's what we're going to try and get a little deeper into. Okay, let's see here. So let's get some fresh paper. Oh yeah, by the way, and this is the little bike we drew, overlaying it on top of this one. Right, so I think the other thing that we can do is that we can potentially maybe figure out schematics. That's what I'm going to start calling them, right? I think what I might do is I might just start figuring out these schematics for the sizes of these varying cubes. And if you were to say someone wanted a BMX bike, or say someone wanted a road bike, or say someone wanted a mountain bike, or some sort of little bike with a big wheel and a small wheel, right? I think if we were to make some of these schematics, we can actually build on top of these schematics that we start making. And yeah, I think maybe that might help in the longer run of trying to do bike illustration. But I'm not quite sure. I am not quite sure. That's what I'd like to think. Fudge, I wanna ride. I wanna ride, man. What the fudge? Fudge, bro. No worries. No worries. We'll just try to learn how to draw bikes, I guess. I'm gonna take a little break, I guess. let's do this. Let us do this. Okay, we just need to get started. We need to just keep failing. The hard part is just to get started, right? That is the hard part, I guess. I think that's the hardest part, I think, about just drawing. See, for some reason, like, bike riding, it's, like, not that hard. You just, like, well, it is hard to learn this stuff, but, like, you know, because you just know that you're going to have to start thinking, and you just kind of just don't want to, like, make that mark, but... Okay, so basically, I think what we're going to get into is okay, let me think about what we're going to get into. Okay, even cubes. That's what we need to find. How do we draw even cubes? I think I actually might even look up more perspective stuff on how to draw and find, because the thing is you can draw this and you can guess a lot of this stuff, but it gets way easier if you just draw an even cube right to begin with. So that's what we're gonna get into. So let's see, how do we draw perfect cubes in any perspective? How to draw cubes in any perspective. I just want to see, like, if there's different, I honestly want to see if there's faster methods to doing all this, because I feel like the way I'm doing it is really slow. Okay, here's a good one. Street level. Okay, we could do it like that as well. Worm's eye. So let's dig out the clean paper. Okay, let's see here. Where are our tools? We need a ruler, protractor, our angle finder thing. I guess we'll lay out the tools that we're gonna be using. First tool we're gonna be using the what's this thing called? Compass. That's what it. Oh my goodness, I forgot what this thing was called. Compass. We're using a compass. Second tool we're going to be using is a protractor thing. I think this is a protractor. This is also a right angle. I think this is a right angle protractor. And then for the last tool we're going to be using the see-through ruler. This is flexi to make it a little bit more easier. We also have a little bit of tape for, you know, we want to, you know, tape things to the surface or, you know, stuff like that. And now let's get into it. So what are we to do in this first level of intrigue? The first level of what we are about to do is we are going to sharpen this pencil with this new pencil sharpener that we have gotten. Hopefully it doesn't break this pencil again. Okay, what we are going to do. We're going to try and draw some even squares, okay? Now, what I'm actually curious about is... Okay, that is going to be our horizon line. Let us pick a circumference on this horizon line, which I kind of want to make it a little bit bigger this time. I guess we should, I mean, can I just make, I'm wondering, can we make the field of view? Or I'm going to just experiment with this, I might be wrong. But what I want to do is I want to see if I could just mark out the field of view before we actually like get into all the other stuff. Like, I wonder if we can do this. Okay, so this should be our field of view. From here we are going to figure out our like middle point of where we actually want the bike, or the first square. I'm trying to think I make it right here. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to have to bring out another bigger piece of paper and let's see, how can we do this? I'm actually wondering if I could just bring it up like this. Okay, that might actually be the way to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to put that up in there. And we are going to try and figure out, actually I'm going to put it over on this side. And what we're going to do is we're going to draw this line a little bit more down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to find a 60-degree angle. So we go in here 60 degrees. We're basically going to try and find this angle to where it touches that and touches that. I think that's it right there. A little bit. Yep, that's it. Okay, so we found our first 60-degree angle. I'm going to mark that position, and we will draw it out. Okay, that's 60 degrees. And then we're going to find our 90-degree angle. Okay, that's our 90-degree angle. Oh, wait, oh, darn it. Oh wait, would that be 90 degrees? Oh no, 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 we have to do it from there. Darn it. I messed that up. Yeah, that wouldn't be 90 degrees in that middle one. I messed that up. Oops. We have to do it from that point, actually. Let's see, I would have gotten that wrong. Okay. So this should be our 90 degree. And then I think we can just take that. We could just know that it's going to be like that outside of the range. This. Okay. So this is basically our ground plane that we've just created. Okay, there we go. So we have just created a bit of a ground plane up in here to start laying out our squares in perspective. I'm wondering how many other methods there are to do this. I'm wondering if there's a bit of an easier method to do all this, because I feel like there should be. But not quite sure if there is. I feel like there has to be, though. Okay, so from here, if we want to remember that we're going to be drawing a bicycle, right? Bicycles, if you're a brake user or if you ride flatland, right? We want true wheels, right? We want true wheels. Okay, so first off, what we're going to do, which is real, and I honestly don't know how they actually figured this stuff out, but what we're going to be doing now is, this is the most confusing part about all this stuff, which I have no idea really what it actually means, and I know it sounds really weird, but for some odd reason, what they do in order to find, okay, so what this edge is right here, is this edge is actually the edge of the starting of our wheel, of our cube that we're going to be making, right? And the thing is, you kind of have to pre-plan this line right here, which is a little strange, right? Because you have to think that this line that we're making right here is going to be the central axis of the fork, which is really weird. I never thought about doing it this way, but this is how we're going to do it, right? And then what we're doing right now, this is the really confusing part about drawing even cubes, is we measure out this point. Actually, I'm wondering if we can use another compass for this. It might be easier. Instead of always having to measure, instead of always having to do it, I think we can just measure it out like this. So let's just measure this out quickly. I think this is what this thing's for, is you can quickly measure things out. And I think I need to like tighten that screw. Let's see if I can tighten it with one of these tools. Too little. I might have to do it with a knife or something. How do you tighten this thing? How do you tighten? Oops. needs to be tightened. Sorry, I gotta tighten this thing. It's all messed up. I mean, I guess it's not all messed up, but it is messed up right now. Maybe I have fix it here. I don't know all my knives, bro. Huh. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. I feel like I'm breaking it. This screw is like loose right here. I'm gonna tighten it. Oh. Anyway, I think this might be a faster way to figure this out though, so we don't have to be exact. It's just getting that point right there. I'm just marking it right here. Roughly, and then just doing it on this side. Okay, so then from here, what we're going to do is we're going to break out a normal pencil. Where is our normal pencil at? Okay, so hopefully we can get this. So this one's actually going to be kind of like into the 30-point perspective thing. So what we're basically doing, sounds kind of boring, but we're going to try and draw a bike, right? In this field of view. So we have to make sure that everything is in this field of view, right? The edge of this bike wheel, we're going to say, is right down I mean, we could even do like a bigger-ish bike. Let's draw a bike like that. Let's see. I'm wondering, can we make this and then make sure that it goes out, or does the entire cube have to be within that frame? I think the entire bike has to be in this frame. I'm wondering, like, can the cube get outside of that box a little bit, which I think it can be. Okay, so I think this is an easier way to do it. I think this is what this one's for, actually. So you can just quickly just take this point, take this point. Take this point, take this point. Okay, and I can go a little outside of that. Okay, so then what we're gonna do is, this is our box circumference for our wheel. And I'm wondering, is this actually gonna be a little bit outside of, this is gonna be a strange bike we're gonna draw. And the thing is, I think the more we start doing this, the more we're going to start being able to quicken things up, right? But the thing is that, like, as far as what I'm doing right now, like, you know, we're trying to do it as basically as fast as possible. So what we're doing is we have basically taken this size right here, and these are both the same size, and then this size right here, this, let's just say this is the 90, and then this is the 90 on that side. On this is side one, and then this is 90 on 2. And then what we're going to do, oh, the song's on copyright. So many songs on copyright. Okay, then what are we doing now? Okay, so then these are our vanishing points, which we're going to... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So this is that one side of the box. Which is getting it pushed all the way into that perspective point. This is the top side of the box, which is going to be pushed in that perspective point. And then, what do? Okay, so we know that this one's going to be pushed over here. That one right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this point and then push it to that one. That doesn't really make sense. I think I might have got something wrong. And what about this one? We're going to do it on this side as well. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, huh? I mean, it's saying that this is where we draw that front line. I mean, I guess that's what it's saying, but... That does not look right, though, huh? That looks like a rectangle. Oh, no, wait. Okay, oh, no, wait. Okay, so that is right. That is right. And see, this is what makes everything so confusing, right? Because it doesn't seem like it would actually be even, right? Because this side looks, look at it, it looks like taller than that side, but this supposedly is, it should be correct on how it's laid out. Yeah, it should be correct. And then from here we can find out these ones, since we have those points. Let's draw this in red. Actually, no, we'll just draw it in pencil. Yeah. Actually stops right there. Okay, so then we know that that point right here is that last side of that cube. And why did we do all this? Well, it's to find this ground plane right here, We did all of this work for a bicycle. And then what we're going to do is we're going to half this one now, since we have those two sides. Half this one. Or actually, before we do this as well, let's push our bike into there. So we actually, so most bicycles, right? Like what we've discussed is most bikes are 3 of these, right? Three sides of these, right? So let's figure that out. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut this in half. Cut this in half. And then from this half point, we have found the middle of it into that perspective. And then since we know this half point right there, we take this point and then measure it out right there to the other side. Which is right there. So from there down, we have just found the next cube that goes in it. And we can do that again by, wait a minute. Oh wait, we do it from this one, and then we go, since we see that's the half. And this is where it gets confusing, right? Because but you know, that's what we're trying to learn to where I was color coordinating everything, but now I'm trying to do it with just the pencil, right? So from there, we measure that one out into that, yeah, that half section, because that's the half of that. And it is right there. This is the end of our net. This is actually the end of our back wheel. This right here is the ending of our back. This is actually, we're building up a frame right now. This is what we're doing. We're building a frame. That's basically what we're doing. Now we could do all this stuff. Let's figure this stuff out, right? See this X right here? This is actually going to be the circumference of the angle of the forks, of where the forks are actually going to be laid out on the bike. And if it's right, it should be the same. See how it's right there and then right there? That is actually where the fork is going to be positioned. That is where the head tube is related to the bicycle. Now I'm going to bring up some, just some quick, I'm going to look at actually my bike right here. Actually, let's see. Bro, that is insane, dude. You know, I did build this a lot bigger. We could build this way bigger, right? Okay, so from what are we doing now, right? So from here, what we are going to figure out I forgot that this height dude has a bunch of beats. So from here, we're going to find this middle part. And this is the radius of that one, and then we find the radius of this one. And why we're figuring that out is because this is the radius for the wheel within it, which we can find any angle of that as well. So what we're going to do now is I'm actually wondering if there's a way you can draw this better. But there should be a circle within this plane now. Right, I actually think I'm messing this up. Okay, so that is our plane. This can be on any radius now. See this? This can be on any single degree now, and we can figure out how to draw a bike on any one of these degrees. Right? Okay, so from here, what we can do, so I'm trying to think here. Okay, so now the big one is where do we want this wheel, right? What angle do we want this wheel at, right? I think I might just do a similar one. But see, even if we were to draw this one again, see? This one's on a different perspective. See how it's a little lower? This one's actually, we're actually looking up a little bit more. So even if we were to do this exact same angle, right? You see how the bars are like that? I mean, let's just try and do that angle, right? We'll actually pick it right. Let's pick this angle right here. We're going to try and pick this angle. So what if we were to think of that, right? If we're going to do our wheel like that, right? So this is our angle that we're going to try and build from. So our wheel, everything is going to be, it's actually going to be really hard. I actually haven't done it with it like that. But this is how we start figuring it out, right? Is that since we understand that that is the variable, we go all the way to the top. So we take this one and bring that one. Or actually, that's going to get pretty... It's going to be, this is going to be a very difficult angle right here. But we can do it. It's not like it's impossible, right? Let's try it out. So from here, let's bring this up. And we know that that is the plane in here, right? So let's find it on this back plane, since we know that that's like that. So it's actually right there. So then we know from that plane to that plane, that is it in that perspective right there. This is our main box now for the front wheel. It sounds crazy, but we're going to build everything in this box right here. It's ridiculous, actually. But see, this is how we figure it out going within this perspective up here, right? It's gnarly. So then what we're going to do, man, this is going to be so hard. But see, the thing is that it is doable, right? It's not impossible. So what we're going to do is we're going to split. I just want to see if it works, actually. Because this is such a crazy perspective of this front wheel. Like, this is like craziness. So what we're going to do is we're going to X this box out, since we know that this is the middle of this, right? And it's in such a crazy perspective right now. But it's, and see, that's the thing, is if you were to tell somebody how do you draw that, right? Like, what would they do, right? So let's see. It's actually just hard to find. I think the X would be right here. It's hard to find like the middle of that. Yeah. Yeah, but very important. Yeah, it's right there. So we know that that's the middle, right? It actually should be right there, right then? Because it should be in the middle of that one. Actually might be right there. Oh yeah, it is actually right there. Because that should be the middle of that one. So this middle part right here, we know that that's actually where the hub is. And so this is at such a crazy degree, man. And so what are we doing now, right? So from here, we're going to figure out where our frame goes. Yeah. Actually, let's just figure out let's figure out just this depth of this object. This is going to be brutal, boys. Oh my goodness, man. So supposedly that this is supposed to be the wheel. If we X that out and X that out, X that out, X that out, the wheel's supposed to be central within here. We can even put like a tire on it. And then from here we can figure out the hub. The hub goes in there. And then, so from here, we can actually figure out a lot of the rest of the geometry for this stuff. Okay, so we know, and now we have the fork angle, which will draw our axle now. That is our fork angle. Let's draw our fork up here. We know that that is an angle right there. We know that this is going to be an angle. Oops, can mess that up. No, that's an angle. So we're drawing a bike with the front wheel like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to roughly, now we can draw like the stem, which the stem will be out a little bit more. Actually, that doesn't have that much of a... This is where we can get angles of our bikes now. I'm just going to do simple shapes right now. And actually, I think I got this wheel wrong, right? I think it's actually... And that's the thing, is these ovals, like, they're so hard to depict at times. I don't know exactly. I think I got that wrong. Oh, well. Because that looks funky, right? But it says it's working. It almost looks like it's like the stem's like that. But it says it's supposed to work, right? Because we have everything on that axis. Oh, you know what? I think I might have messed it up again. Yep, I did. Oh, I see. And that's where it gets really confusing. We did mess that up. So this axis right here is actually the axis that we need to be on. Right here. So that actually means... Okay, yeah, that means that the axis needs to be from here up. Right? Huh. Yeah, because if it's on that axis, I need to build it from this one. It sounds crazy though, it doesn't make... Bro, I thought I figured this out, but now it's weird. Oh, you know what? Because this one I just pushed on that regular perspective line. Yeah, but that should be the same. Looks like it looked like it were, maybe. was right the first time. No, but the stem would be on this line too, right? Yeah. It's weird. Why is it? Does not look right. Is that right? Huh. Would it be on this perspective one? That's where I'm getting confused on. I think I'm messing something up. I think from this degree I'd have to change it on this one too. Huh. Yeah, because if I change this degree, wouldn't this one change too? Man, I'm getting confused now. Because I was doing it actually easier that time yeah. Because I was trying to align it with just this one. But now I have this third one right here. Because we pushed it into there. Oh, you know what? I did get this wrong. Because the ending of this wheel should actually be on the top outside here. Yeah. The ending of this wheel should be like that. Yeah, look at that. I totally got a lot of this stuff wrong then. Bro. And see, this is where it gets really complex on drawing bikes. I'm just like totally just messing everything up. Okay, so this would just be the angle of how far out it would be, I think. Right. confused on this. This third perspective line, this third vanishing point has totally gotten me stumped now. Why does it look so funky? I'm gonna just rough it in real quick just to see what it look like. I guess that would kind of look right, but I feel like, doesn't it seem like that's off axis? It is off axis from that, from these, but it shouldn't be, right? Huh. I mean, I guess maybe if I draw the rest of the bike, it wouldn't be. Yeah, something's tripping me out with this point that we made, this angle point. I mean, I guess that wouldn't get affected, right? For that? Or would it too? I think it would, but yeah, it would get affected because all of this is on that same point right there now since we moved it. But then that's weird because then would the bars even be on that point too? Okay, so then maybe we're getting something else wrong then. Because then would this be just on the 1 point perspective now? That's so weird. I'm so confused now. I honestly wonder if this hub's messing me up too. Should I be pushing it to that vanishing point still? Man, this is so weird. It makes no sense anymore. Like, I guess this would have been this. I guess. Wait, is this going into a 1 point perspective now? So it's a 1 point perspective in a 3 point perspective? Dude, these wheels, bro, are so hard to draw. It makes no sense. So then if it's just like that 1 point perspective, then unless I got this wrong. Would that mean the frame would be like that too? That makes no sense at all that the frame would be like that. I'm totally getting this wrong. I don't understand what I just did. I'm just confused myself. Why the heck are bikes so hard to draw, man? I messed up one of these radiuses because I didn't push it into this one, right? Maybe that's what I should have done. It's just like if I did push it in that one, but I wanted to figure out what would be this angle, right? Oh, ultimately, oh, you know what? It's this box that I keep messing up. This original box. It's supposed to go up. Yeah. Why are bikes so hard to draw? It's ridiculous, huh? And then I think that would be on that angle. Okay. And then that would be on that one. And then that one would be on that one. There we go. That's where I'm messing up. Okay. Now I see it. Oh my goodness. So we've actually went into like, this is a perspective point now. I was like mixing all of these up. I was like trying to do it on this one, but holy man, that was gnarly. Okay, now I see it. So it is still on this one then. I'm just gonna make these a square first. Just see how far up. So if we were to just make these a square, we can figure out half of this. Just gonna rough it in. We find this middle half to that middle half. I wonder if people think, man, I wonder if like, probably getting a lot of stuff wrong, but oh well. Okay, so that we know that for sure that is 3 of these angles. So if then we just made that a square, and then we can just figure out the bar angle from here. Man, bikes are hard to draw, bro. What is wrong with bikes? Isn't this just ridiculous? Just to try and figure out this front wheel radius, I mean, it still looks wonky. That's the thing. It still looks wonky. I mean, I still think I'm getting something wrong here. But we know, because it's weird because we're doing a 2-point perspective, but because of this radius change of this wheel and the axis of this right here, dude, this is the hardest part about drawing bikes right here. I've been trying to figure it out, but man, it is brutal. I mean, I still think this is all wonkified. It's wonkified now, man, because even the bars would even move. So I feel like we would even have to take this radius that we turn these bars in, and somehow would this vanishing point change then? Like, would it get farther out? I don't know. Dude, bikes are brutal. I wish people made more how-tos on how to draw. I wonder, like, what other people would do on this exact same problem, right? But this is why people have trouble drawing bikes, because there's so many angles you have to figure out. I mean, yeah, I think this would work. I think would be it then. But I still think because we moved this angle. Okay, so if we know that this is the half of this right here, we can actually calculate that, right? If we were to calculate this angle, and then I think what we'd have to do is maybe calculate this axis and then adjust it right here for this next vanishing point. I'm wondering what other people would think. I'm wondering where I'm getting wrong. Like, it should not be this hard, huh? Here, let's just draw the frame then. We know that this will be the last part of the wheel, if we know that that's that square, and then this is the square, and we have to build that wheel within there. This square right here. And we can build the frame up from that. This is just a ridiculous way on how to even just figure all this stuff out. But it is doable, that's the thing. And it's just more frustrating trying to guess everything. And that's why I stopped kind of drawing bikes, is because I was just guessing everything. Okay, so we know that this circumference... Okay, so let's figure out all this right here. So this is from that point. We know that these three squares are even in perspective. We know that that one's going to be even right there. Let's see here. So from this point, that stop, it goes right there. Okay, so that's that square. Where is this square ending? I think right there, huh? But maybe I should have color coded it. Okay, so then what do we do? Okay, so then we figure out the middle of this square just real fast. Or actually, we could just take it from here into that one. So we know that that is the middle of that square. If we build this on top of here, then since we know this is the middle point, we're going to find this next radius for this wheel, and it should be within this square. So if this is correct, then we know that this right here is actually going to be the radius of the wheel of this frame. If we laid this groundwork out right. Ah, see, I'm messing something up. Oh, I did mess it up. I think I have to redo this, man. Because now it's not making sense. Oh, I guess because I put the tires on it. That's where I messed up. This is ridiculous. This is so hard to figure. I need to just redo this thing. It's okay. This angle is so hard to figure out, bro. Oh my goodness. We're gonna try and do it again, but man. You know where I messed up? I messed up by putting the tire on the wheel. I shouldn't have done that. Because you have to build the rim up before you do that, right? Darn it. Like, it should not be this confusing, huh? But it is. I like totally messed something up drastically. It got really wonkified. I started just like guessing, and it should not be that way. And I knew I got it wrong right when I placed that one in, because I know that that was the middle of that wheel. I knew right away. It got really wonkified. I mean, what I could do... I'm wondering, like, if we change this angle, because say, let's do maybe not so much of a I don't know, let's try it again. Let's just try it again. Let's just see what happens again. Okay, so we know that this is the middle of this. I need to figure that out, actually. What is it in right here? It's right there. Right? It's like right there. Okay. I mean, we could do a one that's not as complex, but I did want to do that one, huh? I guess that's the thing, is we need to just find the ground plane. Okay, so this is... Fudge, man, this is gnarly, bro. It should not be this hard, huh? Okay, so let's just redo this one. Let's try and figure it out. I'm like really trying to figure out how it's working. Okay, so that's the point right there. Let's do it on this one too. That's the point right there. We know that that is the middle then. We know that if we want this angle right here, where this is the front edge of this, of that square, it's going to get pushed into there, because that's the angle straight like that. Or wait a minute. Yeah. Because we would find the middle of that. Be the wheel within it. That would be the line we have to draw. So this square right here is the one that we need to draw the circle in, the sphere. And it should be within that one. I guess the top of the wheel would be right there, and the bottom of the wheel would be right there. right there. That would be the axis right there. I'm going to try and just draw it without building the tires and stuff. I think that's where I got it messed up. I think I need to just do it almost like in a stick figure sort of way. Okay, so if that one's built on that one, we know if this is turned this much of a degree on this, so that would be 90 if that was in the middle. Yeah, so then this would be the next, it'd almost get into like a 1-point perspective right here. And I think this is getting wrong. I think this is wrong right here. Something's off with this. And just draw it in. Yeah, something's really off with that. I mean, what we could do, you know, there is some... Okay, so what I'm having trouble with now is we have moved it this much of a degree, literally, from here to here. How much is that, right? Because honestly, the thing is, if this is the axis point for the forks, what we could do, you know, oh, you know what I should do? Oh my goodness, I'm a freaking idiot. What we should do is just increase the size of this right here, this box, and just build it in the box up, right? And then find the second angle in that box. Dude, I'm a freaking idiot. I think we figured it out again in a different way. Okay, so if we were to think about that as another box on top of this one, of this next angle, right? I think I'm just making it more confusing, right? But I'm trying to figure out how to draw bikes, man. Why are bikes so hard to draw? Bikes are freaking hard to draw, bro. Oh my goodness. Like legitimately, like these are like the bikes are just like so hard to draw. Like to get it right within like the perspective grid. Okay, so here, check this out. Okay, so what did we just figure out? Okay, so if we think about this as another circle, right? This is another circle, and then this would be another circle if we were to X that out, and then X that one out. Find that middle part, so that's that radius to that one, and then there to there, so we know that this is the next radius up. And then we figure out, okay, so if this was a tube, it should be the same. That makes sense, right? Oh my goodness, dude, this is so gnarly. It should not be this gnarly, huh? But I know it is. I'm just really trying to figure this out, man. This is the half of this one, so if we can imagine that. So that means this way, yeah. So everything's on that line right there. And then everything would just push into that one. Yeah. how is that so hard to figure out? And then if this was, okay, so then if that axis is the same as that axis, this should be the middle of the fork right up there. And then there's a way, because then you can figure, oh, okay. I see it. Because then see how we moved it right here to this degree? If the bars are like that too, then the bars are also going to get moved in that degree as well. Dude, this gets so complex, it's gnarly, bro. Yeah, I think we figured it out. And then let's just roughly put in the fork angle, which the fork would be right up here on that middle plane, and then go down on each side. That would be the head tube. Let's figure out like just the seat tube real quick. From that, we would get the this angle for the I don't know why that was so difficult to figure out. It really shouldn't be that difficult, right? And the thing is, we can actually figure out this angle, right? Because if we just go up here, if we just follow this line to that angle, it should actually be the same angle as that one. Right there, right? And then that one to that if this was the inside of the cube, that one to that one. So that is the angle right there. Oh, okay. So we can start seeing it a little bit more in terms of that angle that we need to be in. Huh. Yeah, okay, so this is how we figure it out then. Huh. And then what we could do is just square this out to find the bar size. Did the exact same thing that I did. Yeah. Bro, bikes are gnarly to draw. What the heck, man? Just moving this front wheel is ridiculous. I don't understand why it's so hard. It's because of these radii, these radius degree things, man. Just moving the bar is just so little. It's just like, just ridiculous to do all that just to find it out. But I mean, I guess that's how you do it. But I'm gonna take a little break and eat something. I think I got it all wrong still, man, after all this. That's ridiculous, huh? Brutal. What is wrong with this, man? Why is it so gnarly to figure that out? Makes no sense. Man, bikes are a trip, dude. There has to be an easier way. Right, because then also we have to like 3D all this stuff out so it would. I think that perspective would change. Oh, you know what I might be doing wrong? Because if all these are on, would I have to find this angle and then find the 90 degree of this angle? Dude, I think I might have figured something out. Dude, this is so weird because like, it doesn't make sense that like, what I have to find. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I have to do. I have to maybe find this angle and then find the and then find the perspective for that angle. Right? Because if this was supposed to be, is that right? Does that make sense or? Bro, I am tripping out. I'm sorry, everybody, if anybody's watching this. Perspective will drive a person crazy, I think. But the thing is that I want to learn how to draw bikes better, right? I never wanted to learn perspective. This is why I never wanted to learn perspective. I'm so bad at it. The thing is that I know that there's a calculation that you can do to figure all this stuff out, man. I think I might have figured something out now. I actually think we're actually doing a 2-point perspective for the frame, but then what ends up happening is now we're adding in another vanishing point laid in within the framework of this next angle since we pushed it over here, because we're pushing this angle now, right? We're trying to figure out how do we get this angle if we move the wheel that much. There's a way to do it, I think. And I think what we'd have to do is I think we might have to find this angle and then find the right angle of that in the perspective. Oh, but I think it would be at this point, this pivot point, I think. So, would it be right here? Or would it be over there? Because we can push this. The middle of that point would be right there. I think that would be the case, because if it moved, I think this radius would be I'm so confused on this. I'm like tripping out. It shouldn't be this hard, huh? Darn. I'm actually wondering, should we even push it into that angle then? I think that would just be for the wheel. And that would be for everything else too. That's what's weird. I mean, oh, you know what we could maybe do is maybe we'd have to shift the box over. I'm like literally trying to figure all this stuff out. It's ridiculous. Like, so maybe if we were to shift this box right here and then shift it in this angle. Because if we did do that, we could half the box and then find that next point. Because what I'm having trouble with now is if we shift it that way, everything up above this axis point is going to get shifted too. I mean, what we could think about it is we can maybe figure it out with via this stuff right up in here, this circle up here. I'm trying to figure it out in a simpler way. Gosh, man, this is just ridiculous, huh? Maybe I should just restart it. It's like, Okay, so we know if this was pushed into that shape, it'd be up there, and then it would go down to that end point over there. Okay, so we have that, right? But now how do we figure out... Because this can be on a radius too. Bro, this stuff is so ridiculous. It's so hard. I'm like, let's just see if we can find some videos. I'm so confused now. How to draw a front wheel. How to draw front wheel of bike any angle. All of the wheels are straight on. That's the thing. See, we can watch that video. I've already watched that one. Okay, here, this one actually says drawing bicycle wheels. Let's see what this one says. I just want to quickly go through it. Bro. They don't change the axis though. Darn, man. It's like I'm figuring out a gnarly puzzle. That's what it feels like. There's tilts too. Let's see here. How to draw bike wheels. I mean, I guess that's the thing, is how do we draw ellipses? That would be the thing, right? Is how do you draw ellipses turning? video is this? Tips on drawing bicycle wheels. Let's listen to this one. This is, I'm going crazy here, man. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, the circle becomes the ellipse. Actually, I got that wrong too. That one's supposed to go up. Fudge. She's supposed to go up in here. Okay, minor axis. Yes. Spine that goes in the middle. Oh, it is like that. Okay, wait a minute. I almost got it right, I think. Okay, so instead of right there, I think we have to find the axis of this right here, and then find the 90-degree angle from that from this point right here. We have to find the 90-degree axis of that next point, which is redonkulous. Okay, so if it's like that... Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh. Bro, why is this so complex? I'm like tripping myself out. So maybe we go from here, this middle point axis, and we find that angle, and then what we do is maybe we find the 90-degree from there, right? See, this guy's not going into how we turn this. Yes, this is the major axis. maybe what I need to do is, instead of trying to, I guess what I should maybe do is try and figure out, okay, so I actually think what could help me out if I just figured out how to shift this box into this new perspective, right? Alright, so this would be a major point right here, because that's the angle that we want to do it at. Man, this show's brutal, dude. I don't know where I'm getting. I don't understand where I'm getting it wrong. That's the thing. Because, I mean, it's easy to know that if that was the thing right there, but I'm trying to move this. How would you figure that out? I mean, I guess ultimately, if we were to just figure out these shapes, or just these radiuses, and then we could just figure out the radiuses for the bars. Okay, so if that was that. He's bringing up that 90-degree thing. Okay, so would that mean that I have to find the 90-degree of this angle then? Stuff is so confusing. This is why I never wanted to get into perspective. I'm just so bad at it. I'm so bad at perspective, bro. I don't understand why I'm having trouble with this. It's like I just want to move the bar like 10 degrees. I don't even know what I'm doing. It shouldn't be like this, huh? But there's a way you could figure it out. That's what's bugging me. There's a way you can figure all this out. Gosh darn, man. This is so brutal. How do you do this? Maybe I have to look up how do you rotate ellipses in perspective? Is that what I should look up? Okay, let's see. How to draw ellipses. How to rotate ellipses in perspective. Oh my goodness, this is so dribble. Okay. Oh, you know what? I just... Because I guess if we were to take that ellipse now right there, and then now we know that that is in that radius because it's tilted, and then maybe we find the 90-degree angle from that one, right? I know there's some sort of 90-degree angle we have to find up in here. How to rotate boxes in perspective. I mean, I guess I could just guess all this stuff, but... the bad part is nobody's really going into how do we rotate this ellipse. How do we rotate I know how to, I don't know, it's weird, like I'm like trying to figure out, okay, so how do we rotate this ellipse in this box with the parameters of this box? But then not only is it just an ellipse, we have to figure out then how do we shift, because then there's going to be the forks, and then there's going to be the bars on that. Bro, it's so gnarly. You know what, maybe that might be a way to do it, to just make a little cutout. I mean, maybe that's how I could do it. Just thinking about it like this. Okay, so... yeah, so that's what's weird, right? So we're basically taking this, pushing it like that. That means... okay, so... pushing it like that. Where would the central axis be? Okay, so the central would the I think the central axis would still be the same, right? Yeah, it would still be the same unless it tilted like that, which it's not. Right? So if we can imagine this like this. Oh, you know what? Gosh, all this stuff is so confusing. Let's see here. I know this is important right here. Yeah, I know this is important somehow now because if we wanted to find the angle of the next sphere, it'd be like here if we wanted to do another one in there. So that is very important. I'm thinking that there's something. I'm getting something off. I know that there's something about this 90-degree axis thing. I'm getting confused at where it is here. Let me see some. I think I'm getting this. Okay, so this is vanishing point 1. VP1, this is VP2, this is the VP3, Bro, why is this so confusing? I don't know where I'm getting it off. Like, is this confusing for anybody else, or am I just tripping out? I wonder what other people would say to me right now. They probably just think I'm crazy, but I'm just trying to figure this thing out, man. Why is it so hard? I mean, maybe what I should do, should I just be drawing this in 1-point perspective first and then building it off from that? Maybe that's what I should do. Oh, you know, what would happen if I just made this box a complete 1-point perspective as well? Maybe that's where I'm getting it messed up. Like, what happens if I were to just take this box and then just put it like this then? Oh, I don't know, dude. Now I'm just messing everything up. I think I gotta restart this. Fudge. Yeah, I think I failed this one, man. I just have so much stuff written down on it. It's just ridiculous to me now. Let's just draw the bike out and then just call this one a failure. Oh well. Okay, so we know that we're just roughly gonna push that over there. See, because I can't just guess it in here. Oh, you know what? Maybe you would just move it up like this, too. I mean, like, but would these be the similar right there, then? So confused. I just totally messed everything up. Oh well. I mean, what I'm thinking is maybe what would be easier is if we just learned how to rotate this square. So if this square was in here, we just rotate it this way, right? And then just find that middle point and then just build it off of there, because then we could figure out the measuring points off of that next square. Right? I guess that's how we should do it. It's just how do we learn to... That's so weird, though. There's so many multiple vanishing points now with drawing a bike. Right, because all this is set in that one. And then so if we were to do a different circle, everything would be upon that next circle. Huh. Oh, I need to restart this. This is just, I'm just going to destroy this. I mean, not destroy it, but gosh, that one just did not work out, huh? I mean, I guess what we could do is we could just use that same darn, dude. That just hurt my brain. Like, I don't understand why it's not easier. Like, this shouldn't this be easy? Like, what the heck is going on? Let's just maybe reuse this then. Or we'll just do a different layer on top then. And we'll use this same perspective grid, I guess. That'll save us some time. Since we already took the time to make all these vanishing points and stuff. Okay, let's see if we could redo this thing. I just totally went through a whole loophole. Okay. I guess this is a really hard perspective if we think about it that way. You know what we could maybe do? I guess since that would almost be in that 1 point perspective, we might be able to even just take the diameter of this wheel like that. Find the next one. That's almost 3. Or I guess it would be like in the middle. Oh, fudge, I don't know how we're doing this. I'm like just, this is why I never got into perspective. I'm just like confused. I feel like I would have already, if I never did this perspective stuff. I think what would be easiest if maybe if we learned how to just move this square right, instead of trying to figure out. This is ridiculous, man. It's like all the how-to videos, they never go into explaining how do we rotate this wheel. They just draw the same wheel in the same perspective, right? They never go into how do you rotate this in every single angle, right? It's like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, it's just super hard, I guess. Okay, we're back at square one, dude. Oh my goodness. What are we doing here? Okay, so we have to figure out this circumference of this wheel, which we do that by doing an X in there. Like that. Yeah, we have to find that next angle. Oh, darn it. Where does that box end? Right there. I think it ends right there, right? Okay, so this is the middle point. We can find this one out too, up here. I'll just, just have to go up. Actually, there's a way. Right there. Those are the two middle points. Now, how do we rotate this exact same square? Let's put our field of view in. I guess no, we don't need to. I guess we could just... Maybe I shouldn't do such a extreme perspective, right? Because that perspective I was doing was very, very extreme. It was like ridiculously extreme. But it shouldn't be that hard to calculate, right? Okay, so if we know that... What's going on here? I mean, maybe that what I'm thinking is, if maybe we did do it on this perspective line, it probably wouldn't be ideal to then do it at any single angle, right? Maybe we should just do it on this one or that axis or this one. Because we know if we draw this... that can be at any one of these degrees. Why is this so hard? Okay, so then let's maybe do a different angle. We see if we did it right there, we know that, but what I'm curious is this, like, once we get into different angles besides this one, right? Because this can be, you know, any angle. Brutal. How would we figure that out, huh? So say we wanted to do that angle, what we were trying to do. Let's try and do that again. So we know if that was the degree, we know we wanted to push this in. So let's, I guess, find this angle. Maybe if we slowly calculate this, we might be able to find out what we're doing wrong. Okay, so this is the angle. So this would be the new vanishing point. That's VP3. From this next one, I think we should figure out how do we construct this box within that perspective point right there, right? Or am I messing this up? You know what? I think I am messing it up. Huh. Maybe I should just do that other... Oh my goodness, what's going on here? I don't understand. Maybe it wouldn't, you know what? Maybe it wouldn't go into that perspective line, but... Oh, you know what? Huh. Maybe this perspective line shouldn't even be there. Or would it be right there? Then we know that that would be the same on this one, right? Huh. I think I have to do this exercise again. Maybe I'm messing it up. Maybe what I should do, I wonder if there has to be an easier way to do this without having to do all this measurement. Let's think about this one then. Okay, yeah, I need to think about this one right here. Okay, what do we do here? Yeah, so it would go in that perspective. Maybe I need to color coordinate it. Maybe I'm messing it up. Right, so I'm trying to take this concept and then putting in the bike wheel. Oh, Oh, you know what? I think I'm getting something wrong. I am getting something wrong. Huh. It has to all be within the square. Right? Oh, let's see here. So let's draw the one. He's this circle on the top. It should be even if we went down like that. He said, okay, so then if we were to mark a point, let's maybe color coordinate it. Color coordinate it. Okay, so that is our angle for that one. That's the angle for this one. This box in here. And then that box right there would be in that very same angle. Sorry, this is getting really complex. I'm really bad at perspective, so I'm like trying to learn this stuff and it's very frustrating, huh? So then if we know that it's inside this box, we know that that's the ending of that one. And then the ending of this one. So it's in the middle of this box right here. I mean, ultimately, I think we could even just figure out that next plane if we just... I might have to just redo this exercise right here because I'm a little confused on it. Okay, let's find the middle of this one then. Yeah, it still goes into that. Yeah, it still goes into that perspective. So that would be right. So then let's see what would happen if we were just to build this box up. There should be a way to like figure it all out, huh? Darn it, dude. Ah, darn. I think maybe even just figuring it out like this is just ridiculous, right? If I were gonna do that. I mean, maybe you... So this is then the axis. Let's do it. Let's just try and color coordinate all this stuff. Man, this is brutal. Dude, perspective sucks, man. I mean, it's cool, but it's like, man, it's just so frustrating sometimes. I'm just like sitting here just trying to think about all this stuff. It's like just brutal. Okay, so... We know the middle part would right here would be the axis for the head tube. I guess you could just guess this in here, right? Let's see, it should hit that point and then that point. It would go up as well on this one. Maybe if you could find the point, stick it out, then everything would go down there. Yeah. I guess this is when you can kind of guess it. There's a way you can figure it out. I thought that's how it'd go. I guess where I'm having trouble with is like, how would you figure out like the width of this stuff, right? I feel like I'm kind of guessing that. I mean, I guess it would just... I know there would be a way to figure that out. I guess you could just eyeball it, right? Maybe. Like, how do you get the width of this if you wanted to match it up there, right? Like, how do you match that width with this width? I mean, ultimately, maybe if it was in this box, maybe that's how I have to do it. So with the ending, brutal, bro. I don't know how to figure that one out. I mean, maybe you could figure it out if you maybe just made another box up there. I guess you could just do another circle, right? Like if you were to figure that box out up there. I'm gonna just maybe mark the width of that. Yeah, so that should be the same like this. Okay, so so maybe this is how we can start figuring it out a little bit more. So if it's outside this one, right, would that mean go out just a little bit more over there? Dude, this is so ridiculous, man. I'm probably just confusing so many people, but man, it's just really hard, dude. It's freaking hard to draw bikes. Okay, so this should be on the same okay, so I'm having trouble. How do we measure these bars, right? Cuz there should be, cuz I feel like I just guessed the measurement right here, right? And I'm thinking maybe if we made this tube and then just kind of does that work? I feel like something is off still. Oh, let's draw the rest of this bike. Okay, so since we know that, tube. The other thing is this wheel goes from that base to that base, which does not fit that. So I'm messing that up. Because it should actually fit in this parameter, right? If that was the case. Maybe I should just eyeball things. Maybe that's I mean, I think maybe even if I just started eyeballing it more, maybe, you know, just trying to do rough estimates instead of trying to get it all mathematically correct, right? Maybe that's the way to do it. Because, like, dude, this is just getting too insane. Oh, but then, look at that. These wheels should be the same, yeah. See, but that's the other thing, is it's not on this middle pivot line then. So it is a little wonky, right? Bikes are really hard to draw. Yeah, bikes are extremely hard to draw, bro. I'm like going crazy on this stuff. It's ridiculous. I wish I could just ride my bike, man. No worries, we'll just keep grinding this out. See, it's like tilted that way because I didn't measure that out correctly. I broke it. We broke this one again. Darn it. Fudge. Today's not working out, huh? I'm wondering if it's just this perspective. I wonder if I messed up the perspective grid. Darn. Ah, this is brutal. I have no idea what I'm doing. Why aren't these people going into any of this stuff? How do I rotate an ellipse? Ah. So it's weird that I've never learned this stuff. We could even draw one like up like this. Alright, then minor. Okay, so then this would be. See, I understand that. See, maybe I should just stop doing the perspective stuff. Right? Because I just feel like. Maybe I should draw bikes differently instead of pointing it all out. Let's see here. Maybe I could just draw bikes maybe in a way where it's just... Here, wait up. If I were to do the axes, can there be just a simplified way of doing this? Okay, so say we're just to make that the bike frame. We make this the head tube. We just draw a circle in there, but we make sure next we would. Oh, he's doing something crazy finding it. See, there's a way. Dude, ellipses are hard, man. That's what's making it so hard, is finding the ellipses. Because things get really wonky if you don't do it correctly. So I think we actually have to learn how to draw ellipses really good, because ellipses are very, very challenging. Huh. Because I could guess the ellipses, right? Yeah, okay, so what's going on here is I'm messing up ellipses. There has to be some concepts that people have done on this stuff. It's actually really challenging. Maybe if I should look up mechanical design. Maybe I should look up mechanical. How to draw an ellipse. What's this guy gonna do? Okay, ellipses in perspective. Those are ellipse guides. Okay, what about this guy? What is he gonna do? Width of an ellipse, the minor axis, major axis. Okay, revolving. What about this one? Let's see what this. Okay, this dude's doing it differently on. this dude. Oh, okay, here we go. Maybe this one might help. Bro, ellipses are brutal. I think I need to figure out an easier way. There has to be an easier way to do this. Because the thing is it doesn't seem like all these ellipses go in the same vanishing point. But I can roughly see what's going down. Yeah, I gotta learn how to draw ellipses. Holy moly, ellipses are the bane of me. Is how to draw the sphere. Maybe that's what I should learn how to draw, is the sphere. Oh, you know what? This would actually be good. Oh, man. Today is just full on failure day. This is brutal. I apologize, everybody, but I'm really bad at this stuff, so that's why we're learning it. As you cannot tell already, ellipses are very hard for me to draw, and I don't know why. Like, I used to just guess them, right? I used to guess all my ellipses, but I know there's actually a way you can figure it out now. And it's bugging me. So what I think I'm going to do, I think we need to learn how to draw spheres. How to draw spheres in perspective. How to draw spheres. It's like everything I learned was just like destroyed today. Let's actually... I kind of want to do just a quick... Let's see here. Yeah, it's actually very strange now. I'm trying to see. I mean, the main one I'm trying to think of within Drawing Bikes, we need to simplify this. I need to like relearn how to do this again. So like the main one that I'm seeing with Drawing Bikes, right, is that we think about a bike like this. Draw a circle. A circle. Roughly, these points of reference always stay the same, right? Actually, it's a little bit more forward. But roughly, those points of reference stay the same. If we can understand that. So, if this is an axis, right? So, let's take this and I'm just going to quickly just put this out like this. And the thing is that there is a way to figure all this stuff out, but we roughly know that that's that is a perfect example right there. It's so subtle though, that's what's crazy. So, you know, how would we draw? It's strange how that's working. It's like there's so many multiple vanishing points. Huh. I guess the big one would be these axes. This is the big one, I think, right here. Is just getting these to be on the right axis and then yeah, it's really crazy to think about that. It's weird because the axis starts changing. That's what makes it hard. You have to make these ellipses the same size relative to... And you can guess it. That's the thing, is you can guess it. Huh, this is why people don't draw bikes. You know what, maybe I need to just restart this one. Let's just relearn this one. Bro, there's so many concepts up in here, it's ridiculous. So the main one that we're having trouble with now, dude, bikes are really difficult to draw. The thing about bikes which is difficult to draw is now I'm starting to see, this is why I started doing the cube method, right? Is because, say we did it like this, right? And imagine if I made the box like that, right? Now imagine if that was the wheel, right? Like, that would be ridiculous. It'd just be like an oval for a wheel, right? What's weird is you can like make it work, kinda. I'm wondering if I just need to learn the lesson and then I can just start breaking the rules or something. Right. Maybe that's what I have to do again. I wonder. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I think we're going to do another exercise of how to do this, but instead of how to do half blocks, we're going to go full blocks, maybe. Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe that might help me. Okay, let's start this out again. Let's just start this out. And this is just going to be the 1-point perspective. So, okay, yeah. How's he doing that? He just, okay. Today is not my day. It's okay though. Okay, let's do this again, man. Brutal. Alright. But see, there's a 1-point perspective thing that I'm messing up too. Darn it. Dude, perspective is ridiculous. Like, it's just driving me crazy, bro. So I don't want to learn perspective, but... Wait a minute. See, because then how do we find this relative size into that square? I know there's a way. Darn it. I keep messing all this stuff up, man. Dude, perspective is brutal. Maybe I'm just confusing myself more and more and more. I think that's what I'm doing, bro. I'm just like confusing myself, man. Okay, so now if we want to make a even square, and that's the problem about bikes, right? Is bikes have even circles. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. How to do a cube in 1-point perspective. Even cube. He's guessing that part. Gotta be kidding me. That dude's guessing that part. I know there's a 45-degree angle we have to find. Oh no, we were trying to do it in 1-point perspective though. How the fuck did I forget about this stuff? Because then it would be what, 45-degree? It's weird because, like, I was kind of getting it last week, but man, it's confusing right now. Gosh darn, man. Fudge. I don't understand why it's so confusing. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. I messed this up right here. Fudge. We just can't give up. I'm gonna try and keep going. I wish I could just ride, man. I don't want to be drawing, honestly. No worries. We're trying to learn how to draw bikes. All this is for learning to draw bikes. Oh my goodness. All this to try and learn how to draw bikes. Okay, then we do the point of the vanishing point. And we'll draw our field of vision, cone of vision, cone of vision. Why is there a 45-degree vanishing? Okay. Then we draw the line in it. So we draw a 45-degree angle from this one. Why did he put that 45-degree angle right there? At any distance? What? You can just choose one point somewhere? That's weird. Any distance. What? Why does that just end up going like that? It's so weird. Okay, so let's see. Let's draw a square. I think you got that wrong. And then we get a 45-degree angle. This one. Those are perfectly on there. That's the weird part, is getting this 45-degree angle. That's the back of our cube. My goodness, bro. Brutal. I got it wrong. Darn it. Ah. Oh. Okay, what are we doing here? We're going to try and just figure out how to draw. Okay, let's go into this one again. The radius. Okay, so we're going to make it like a clock. this would actually be the middle. I'm trying to figure out how we would do this in terms of. Okay, so he's drawing it because that would be the ending of that one. See, what I'm wondering is how would we do it if it was a whole box then, right? So we do know that it would end right there. That would stop right there. How would we figure out the size of this next one? I think I got that wrong too. It's actually supposed to be like that. Watch. Is this supposed to be 45-degree angles too? So I'm wondering. Maybe we can figure it out. Okay, yeah, that is 45 degrees, basically. So I'm wondering, if that's 45 degrees, we should be able to figure out where this next one ends, right? Or I'm wondering if we would just measure this out. But these vanishing points changed. This is actually where I'm having trouble. So how do we actually just rotate this cube this way, that much, right? That's actually where I'm having trouble now. So if we were to think about this as the main vanishing, this is VP1, this is VP2. How do we rotate this same I mean, I see how he's doing it like that, but he's guessing that shape, isn't he? I mean, maybe you couldn't really figure that out then. Huh. I mean, unless maybe we could find the next 45-degree angle somehow. These lines. How do we do that, though? This should be 45-degree angles too, right? Yep. Yeah, see how that one's 45-degree angles? So we should be able to, in theory, find the 45-degree angle that way then. So let's just flip this over. Let's just find the 45-degree angle somehow. mean, I'm wondering if that would be it then, right? Just do it with pencil. Let's just see if that would be it. I'm wondering if that would be it. It looks like it would be it. Is that how we rotate this exact same cube? That would be crazy if we figured that out. So let's see. Where did we measure that from? So, okay, so we know if we measure this one out, this is 45 degrees, right? That one is 45 degrees. So should this one be the same then? I mean, would that just be the same? Let's see if that would just be the same size. It's 2.5. That's not, it's 2, right? Huh. You know how I'd be able to figure it out? Oh, shouldn't this just be 90 degrees then? Because now we're getting into a 3-point perspective. It's so weird. So we went from a 1-point perspective to a 3-point perspective. Huh. There has to be a way you figure this out. This is what makes bikes so hard to draw, I think. I don't know how to turn this cube. How to turn a perfect cube in perspective, maybe. I wish I just ride, dude. Man, it's so much. It feels so much better to ride, dude, than just draw stuff, man. No worries. There is a way you can figure it out. I know it. Because there's a way you can measure all of it out. I think it's finely proportioned at any angle. And I think that is what we need to figure out. But that's just the height. Many artists have difficulty in placing figures in their picture and properly relating them to each other, especially if the complete figure is not shown. The solution is to draw a key figure or standing. Now, how would you find the width of one as well? I see how they're doing it that way, though. Okay, those are the key figures. Let's see here. So if that was... I mean, in that case, I think this would just be the middle of that box if we know that this is a perfect box, right? That means that this would be the middle of the box, I think. Is that one right there? Shouldn't that one be on this one too? Oh, and I think I just got that wrong. I did get that wrong, didn't I? It should be over here. Bro, what is wrong with me? I totally got that wrong then. Oh, but it's not on that angle. Oh, so I'm messing this angle up. I guess maybe that one would be on that one, and then that top one would be on this top one. Right? So is that where that maybe that's where that box would end? But that would be half of the box. And since we know if we figured that half out, I figured this half out. And we figured that half out. Okay, I see. And it would be right there. That's strange. This is intriguing. I think I got that wrong though. This is supposed to go on that perspective too. Huh. I don't think that's right. There has to be a way to figure this stuff out easier. Maybe I should just stop doing the perspective. I think the perspective's messing me up, man. But I know it's really important to learn, but... It's like making my brain hurt, man. Oh my goodness, dude. Drawing a sphere in 1-point perspective. This complicated bit of drawing is easier to sort in. Let's not give up. This is brutal though, I ain't gonna lie. These are heavy. Brutal. Sorry everybody, I'm struggling today. Straight, just we're grinding this out. Perspective sucks, dude, but it's this is why I don't like perspective. It's just so complex. Maybe it's easier for some people. Last week it was easy, but for some reason I keep like tripping myself out for some reason. And I don't know why. All right. Okay, that is our field of view. This is the part that I'm a little tripped out on too, because it says that we should just find a square. I mean, let's see, can we just do any square? Can I just do one over here? Can we just do any square? And then what they said is we find the 45-degree angle from this point. Like, is it always a 45-degree angle? That's what I'm wondering. So from that, we find a 45-degree angle. Probably about right there. And then why that's a 45-degree angle is because when we 3D this at, right? Oops. And then supposedly from this 45-degree angle, that's what I don't get, is that 45-degree angle thing. And it's a little strange, huh? And then supposedly from this angle now we go up, and that is the part of our cube. Then what they're saying is we can basically find this X up here. This X up here. And this one down there as well. So I guess that is one right there. And then what we do is, since we have these parameters, was saying is that you can just seems oval though, it seems off, right? Because then they said that you could do it on this side too. It should be a sphere. That does not look like a sphere. Huh. Bro. Shouldn't move all these parameters. Bro, I suck at perspective. Start drawing how I used to be. I don't even know why I mean, dude, this perspective stuff is ridiculous. What's wrong with all this stuff, man? I don't like thinking about this stuff. I tried to do it in the field of view too, huh? I know it's important though, we have to learn it. I thought that was a perfect cube though. It should have worked. You know what? I think there's an easier way to do it. What if I were to do it this way? Okay, so I think, okay, what if I did this? We're gonna mark out our planes, okay? Let's find our field of view. What if, I'm just trying, oh my goodness, bro, we're just going crazy trying to figure out how to draw bikes. Bicycles are very hard to draw. We're just experimenting at this point. Okay, so what if we make a point right here, push this down, and we'll just straight up just draw a sphere as soon as possible within this, maybe, right? Maybe that might work. So let's do a 60 degree angle Line this. That's our 60-degree angle. This is our 90-degree angle. And what I might do is, instead of doing the whole box, rotating the box, all that stuff, well, actually, I guess we're going to figure that out as well. I'm just wondering, like, do we always have to get a perfect cube? Right? Because the perfect cube part is really messing me up. It's 9, 9, 3. Actually, do it just like this. 9, 3. And this is how we make the perfect cube. So let's do it this way. Oh, but then it's going out of the field of view. Fudge. I feel like I'm getting that wrong. Huh. Did I get that wrong? Oh, wait, I did get that wrong. Fudge. Oh, I'm so bad at perspective. Isn't that crazy? You have to do it from this point to that point. Who in the world figured that out, man? And then that point to that point. Okay, so what I'm thinking from here, since we know these parameters, is we just draw a sphere in it. I think that might be the easiest way. Right? What if we were to just draw a sphere within here? And then just figure out every single angle from that, and then just bring it down into here, you know? Cut this in half. Let's see here. Cut that in half. Close. We should look up bicycle mechanical drawing. Okay, so what I'm thinking from here, since we're just going to draw a sphere anyway, right? Is drawing the sphere first. Yeah. So this would work. I think. I guess what's kind of tripping me out though is if I did split this in half, right? And I split that one in half, that wheel wouldn't be a complete perfect circle. Huh. It doesn't make sense then. Right? Yeah, so like imagine if I did it the way that these people were saying that we should be doing it, right? So imagine if we just were like, okay, we're gonna make this the plane, and then we're gonna make this vertices the plane. Right? I mean, that means we would have like an oval for a wheel, right? That doesn't make sense. Right? If we cut that in half and let's just see what it would look like, right? So what they were saying is if you were to cut that in half, right, is this was the plane within that wheel. this would be, I mean, I guess it would work, but I guess it would work. And cut that in half. That would be the middle. That would be the forks that go out. And this, the forks right here would just be completely straight on. Brutality. I've basically just been going around in circles all day today, man. I think I didn't measure these out right. Oh, that's right. Oh, I guess it's because it's in this field of view, right? I mean, see, I think it would work, so we just have to learn the radius of this, and then just making sure that that would work. I mean, I think we've figured it out, right? But, like, Yeah, it's good to learn this perspective stuff because ultimately we could draw multiple bikes, right? So say we were to draw another bike with the same exact circumference. Let's see if we could do that. I know it seems ridiculous, but I think we might be able to do it, right? In theory, we should be able to do it. I may have gotten some of these measurements wrong, but... So I just want to see if this actually works in theory. So let's draw this exact same size type bike, but let's draw it one going that way, right? Can we do that? Is it doable? It should be doable in theory, right? Man, it's brutal. Just all this stuff just to figure out how to draw a bike. It's redonkulous. But it makes sense, though, kind of, to me now. But, bro, it is complex. I don't know if I just think this is complex or it's just like... Okay, so let's do that one so we know that the next square over, if it's exactly the same size as this square, would be that one. I really hope I made some sort of breakthrough today. I've probably just been spinning my head in wheels, and so what's strange is, and I guess it's because of this field of view. See, this field of view is very strange. Okay, so that actually is just the one square. We're gonna do one more. So in theory, this should be the last part of this wheel if it's the same size as this bike. If anything, we're just trying to figure stuff out. Because this stuff does actually work in reality, you know, that's the other thing. So let's try and figure out this next one. We'll do it in, we'll actually do it, let's do it in green. Okay, so from that one, it seems like it stops right there. So I think this one would be like that. Oh, oops. Square is getting messed up. Now let's push one more. Let's push it one more box back. I wonder if this perspective is kind of like getting messed up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I messed it up. Okay, so imagine if this one, let's see here, so that's one box over. So if we cut this one in half, push that box in that perspective right over there. Do the same for that one. We know that this next wheel, if there was another bike right there, if it was the same size as that one, it'd be that big. Do the fork. Now see, that's the thing, is this bike does not look like the same size as that bike. But it should be in theory, right? Oh, but it's one scaled down. Okay, so let's think about this as a head. And actually we should do it like this. Actually, it would be, yeah. And if this figure was correct, then wouldn't this be the same right here if it was pushed back? Right? So that would be the top of this figure. Now see, this is why I'm trying to learn bikes, right? Because this example right here, right? How do you draw multiple figures? How do you draw multiple figures? How to draw multiple bikes and figures related in perspective. And it's just so gnarly to do that all, right? Because, see, this top of this figure, we can figure out it is a little outside of the field of view. But see how we can take this head measurement and then build it off of that. Man, it's so complex, dude. Bikes are ridiculous, but it's like, now let's see if I did a layer on top, and it should work. It should work, I think. If those two figures were related, if these bikes are related in size and scale to one another. But what I'm wondering is, would you have to do all that much work just to draw all those bikes in there? Is there a faster way to do this, right? I mean, I guess you could just guess it. But there's so many little angles on the bike. That's the problem, especially if you want to just start, you know. Isn't that brutal? And like, it is such a gnarly puzzle kind of thing. Bro, turning those bars is freaking hard. I'm not even lying, bro. That is such a... I'm like, my mind is just like... just learning how to just turn this darn bar 30 degrees, man. Look at how much work we had to do. Turn that bar 30 degrees. Oh my goodness, bro. That is... And I don't know... I think this would work. Let's do a layer on top. Let's see what happens, right? By the way, this is 90 degrees right here. This is 90. That is the and this is VP1. This is VP2. This is the field of view. So if we were to construct this scene, I think it would work, right? I think it would work in perspective, but I don't know. Like let's do a layer on top. Just a quick layer on top. Let's just see what it would be like. That was a lot of work just for the man, that's just brutal. I'm wondering, is there a way to quicken this up? How do you draw that faster, right? There has to be a way. Or maybe it's just that much work you have to do. But wouldn't that just be insane, just to do all that work, just to do just 2 bikes and 2 figures? I don't know. Okay, let's do this. I'm at least a little bit more happier today. I was like freaking straight up like stressing out earlier. But now I'm starting to see maybe where these concepts are starting to form a little bit more in reality, but just do a quick gesture in terms of this. And I'm actually going to turn this light off and then do another little light box thing. Oh my goodness, this is just brutal. Whew. That was such a gnarly problem, bro. I know it seems crazy. Probably people are just probably think I'm crazy, but literally, dude, this is like really. I don't know why it's so hard for me to draw this, right? But this stuff is like freaking straight up like, I don't know, dude. Something about bikes. If you guys know how to draw bikes, please. This is why I have it on the title. Learning to draw bikes. Any tips? Any tips whatsoever, please. I'm all ears at this moment. And I'm not just wanting to draw, but I want to draw figures too. So it's like. I actually think I got that perspective. I actually got this perspective wrong too. It's actually supposed to be like right there. It's actually supposed to be even like even gnarlier. Let's draw this figure. And man, it's like I'm covering a lot of this stuff that I literally spent a long time to draw. It's crazy. Oh yeah, we have to think about the field of view, or the field of vision. Which I think we can make it a little bit bigger, right? We don't have to. Now this is a little off, but we're just doing that just to... This is taking me so long today. I've been going in circles, bro. This is gnarly. But I think I'm finally starting to get... This is why perspective is important, because if you wanted to do multiple figures relating to one another, it gets really, really hard if you're just guessing it. And so I guess it was good for me to get into this perspective stuff, because, I mean, I just had to... Honestly, I just needed to learn it already. I've been guessing it this entire time. Like, if you see a lot of my older drawings, are actually, I've just guessed the perspective. And I actually never really even knew what perspective really was, to be honest with you. I mean, I kind of, like, studied it a little bit, but I never, like, went deep into studying it like right now. Like, right now, it's, like, crazy, because now we're able to do things within the construct of making it work, which is pretty crazy. I think what's crazy is you can make things work within... So you can make figures. You can actually put a bunch of figures within here because you did build it on a framework, right? And that's actually another big one I was having trouble with, is how do you populate your scene with multiple figures relating to one another, right? I think that one has been a very intriguing part of just like the learning process of just how do you relate to other, how do you make these actually work, right? Very interesting. And we can even like make this a checkerboard pattern on the ground as well, which actually might be kind of cool, because that'll bring in what we learned within this frame, which actually might be kind of interesting to see what that would look like. It'll be like a little homage to all the hard work we did to find out all this perspective stuff. How did that perspective work? Okay. That's right. Oh well. Wait, how would this book be? Oh, I got that wrong. I guess we could just guess this one, because this is not going to be on a tilt. So we could go like... Could be a good Bible. Put a cross on it. Oh, let's do like a cross, and then let's do like... Dude, we could literally put like a lion right here too. We'll put like a little plant growing from it. And then we'll like draw like a little lion or something right here. Which actually lions are super big compared to people. I wonder if I still have that. Did we save that? Like lions compared to a people. Or I actually have to bring that up again. Like lions in relation to the proportion of a person. I think they're about like this big. I mean, we could do like a little bit of... So yeah, cross here, cross here. We should do another... Maybe we should do another cross right here. And then maybe like draw a bunch of plants right here. I mean, maybe what we could do is maybe could put a bunch of skulls or something. That'd be weird. Like this is like life and everything. I don't know, actually maybe not. We shouldn't do that. I mean, maybe we could do like some trees. I don't know. Holy moly, this thing took so long today. Just to figure this thing out has been... There isn't an... Oh my goodness, I can't even believe, dude. Bikes are just ridiculously hard to draw. But it's like rewarding, right? It's so fun after you have did all that, and then now we're just doing like, you know, like mess around stuff where we can kind of just like doodad it around. Put a little lever right here. I do want to kind of add something right here. I think we're going to put like a bunch of trees. Like life. Life. Put the trees. Tree baby, tree baby, tree baby. Let's see here. Oh, we could just put a bunch of little animals. You know, because like bikes, you can see a lot of things. You can see a lot about life. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Put a bunch of little bunnies or something. A bunch of plants. Let's actually, oh yeah, how can we figure out the halfway? Because if we want to do, see, I did one checkerboard pattern. Did I put one on the bottom of that? That one should be the second one, I think. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, that should be the second one in there. It doesn't seem like it though, but it is. Where's the next one? The next one should be right there then. And then where's the next one? I think the next one's like super little. Yeah, it just keeps getting more littler. Oh, I totally messed that up. Yeah, I don't like that anymore. Which is better the way it was. I don't want to like draw like. I mean, I guess we could put like a hill or something. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't want to put like a bunch of stuff in here. Honestly, I kind of want to just keep it kind of simple. If anything, I could put another little ring around it. Give it a little bit more of a design quality thing. No, let's not do that. Because it's so little that it's like if I start adding a bunch of stuff, it's gonna really, maybe we could just put another cross in there. I mean, I guess it'd be like, what, bearing your own cross? Huh. Yeah, maybe we'll do it like that. Okay, so if there was a cross, see, there's a way you can relate it to this one. Because see, if I were just to make one right here, it would look weird that that one's right there, right? I mean, I guess it could just be a different size cross. It doesn't have to be. Cypher GR, a bridge on the background, maybe. Oh, maybe. It was a little drawing. Man, this one has been a battle. I'm not even gonna lie. Today has been frustrating. I've literally went all day trying to learn perspective, trying to learn how to draw bikes. It's been a tough battle today, but I think we're getting somewhere. I'm just gonna do another cross because it's just nice and a little simple to draw. I guess you're gonna barely even see that. You like hardly even tell it's a unit cross because this one is gonna get in the way. You can kind of tell if you were really looking at it, it's kind of like that, right? So you put a little halo on this one too. And just messing around. I guess not. No, I'm not really messing around. We're just... Here, I'll show you the drawing underneath this one. This one has definitely been just a straight battle. I guess not, it's not a battle, but I got really frustrated today just trying to learn perspective, and now it's starting to come together. It's come into fruition a little bit now, but man, it was a struggle. Like the drawing? Here, I'll show you what's underneath. This is the under layer. Here, let me make a little mark so I know it's even. Sometimes I do that. I'll make like 2 little marks so I know it's like even if I were to put it back on. This is the under layer, which is just insane how much... It doesn't seem like that's a lot of work, right? But like the under layer underneath this one, we literally figured out so much stuff for the bike. So this is the underlayer for this drawing right here. So you put it like that. Turn this off. So this is the underlayer for this drawing right here. And specifically what's been really, really hard, what I've been trying to learn, is how to draw bicycles, right? And what's really, really hard about drawing bicycles is that it's the wheels, actually. It's actually the front wheel. The front wheel, and it's hard to draw bikes where the front wheel is turned. And because if you actually see a lot of bikes drawings, they're like straight on in front. So I've been trying to learn how to... And so there's a lot of elements into drawing bikes that I didn't really realize. And one of the big ones of drawing bikes is learning how to draw even cubes, right? That's one of the hardest things I think about drawing bikes, is because, you know, like bike wheels are circles, right? And I used to just guess this, right? I used to guess the box. But the thing about guessing the box is sometimes you'll get like an oval, and the oval doesn't work in perspective. So then you just start getting, oh, you know, there's just a lot of things. And then so these are all these drawings of just trying to figure out. So this is like a normal box, and then learning how to construct the bike within this perspective of this cube, and then learning how to turn this cube around has been really challenging, of this has just been like so frustrating for me to learn, because the thing about the bike is that it's on an axis, right? So if like the forks right here and then the handlebars, right? But then the handlebars can move 360, right? So how do you draw a bike like 360 degrees, right? And so, you know, that's what I've been trying to do. And then learning about the field of view and all sorts of stuff today. I guess, no, not today, but like, yeah, the cone of vision's been really weird to learn too. So that's what we've been trying to figure out. This part is the hard part right here. But I think ultimately, if we were to build this drawing up now, right? Because if these were just little thumbnails, I essentially could build this up into a bigger drawing. I think it would work. And the other thing is also just figuring. So the other thing I've been wanting to learn, right, is I've been wanting to learn how to not only draw one figure in perspective with a bicycle. I've been wanting to do multiple figures. So how do we do multiple figures with multiple bikes that are the same scale? See how this one's littler? This should be the same scale. This figure is actually the same scale as this figure, pushed back, right? Because if we were to push these into perspective like that, see with that vanishing point, all these things line up with this one, right? And this is just stuff from like Loomis, but... And then what's been hard too is figuring out the scale of a human head related to the wheel. I think that's the biggest one. If you guys are wanting to draw bikes and people, this is what I've been trying to learn. Why not? Yeah, I need to learn how to draw ellipses. That's the big one, is the ellipses are hard. It's actually been, I didn't know it, but actually ellipses are actually hard for a lot of artists. I was looking up YouTube videos, and I guess like a lot of people get ellipses. It's confusing getting into the ellipses because, you know, as we get pushed deeper into perspective, it actually becomes like an oval. Like, so a flat circle, a perfectly circle, pushed in perspective actually becomes an oval, right? And that's where it gets a little challenging. So yeah, today has been riddled with confusion, but also I think this is where it's all developed into, because not only is it important to learn how to do the cube, the even cube, right? Is that it's how do we relate this cube and how do we repeat this pattern of this cube, right? So this drawing right here actually is basically what we have done to build this up right here. And the hard part is like, but the cool thing is when you figure out how to repeat patterns like this, you can actually learn how to repeat it in any angle, right? So I think that's what's cool. Because then we can like, so we could actually take this scene, for example, right? And we could actually go into a different perspective, right? Since we have this one, we could, so we've also been practicing, so not only in perspective is we're learning just, this is just eye level. This is actually a little below eye level, just a little below, right? What's interesting about learning perspective is that it's almost like you learn how to take the shot of the camera, right? Like, where do you want to position yourself in the scene to take that shot, right? And that's the other interesting thing, is once we learn deeper things about perspective, we can actually construct now the exact same scene, right? Like how this was a very good study right here of, this is the bird's eye view, right? Like we're really far away. These three little dots represent people, right? And then there's a ring of trees. And that was the bird's eye view. This is low angle view perspective. And this is like you going in, here's the three people, here's a little bike. Here is 1 point perspective looking up, right? So this is actually this person right here looking up into this scene, looking up at that cross, right? And then this one would be it eye level of of this exact scene. It's eye level, right? And the thing about perspective, which is very interesting, is that now since we know how it's working, we can actually essentially take this scene and draw it in any single angle. Sounds ridiculous, but we could actually draw this scene in any single angle if we understand perspective and how the cube basically functions. Which basically, as so many artists go into that, they go, oh, well, you have to learn how to draw the cube, right? Well, I think it's really important. It actually is really important because from the cube, it gives you the relation and you can start getting measurements from the cube. It's very interesting, actually. And like here's some more like perspective studies, right? Like we can go into different scenes. This isn't the same scenes, but we can. But yeah, like the cone of vision's been actually a very interesting one. I actually I did study perspective when I was a bit younger, and I never wanted to learn the cone of vision because it was like, oh, I didn't think it was important. I actually just thought it was a random circle. But this circle actually serves a purpose. This circle right here, it doesn't seem like it serves a purpose, but this circle actually represents the entirety of the scene without getting distorted, right? Everything outside of this circle, if you draw something, it actually gets distorted. And then if you put an oval in that distortion, it even gets even more crazy. I don't know, it's ridiculous. You're gonna have to look it up, but you mean like in 3D? Yeah, like in 3D. But it's also kind of like drawing in 3D. Like we're like drawing something in 3D. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Craziness. Yeah, it was freaking frustrating earlier today. Oh. It was brutal. But we've kind of got it down. I think I actually might do a couple more layers. But now one thing I have been kind of curious about is, which I haven't seen a how-to video, is how would we take this very same scene, right? Because we have the measurements right here of our coordinates, of our vanishing points and stuff. Now, how would we actually make this bigger, right? How would we blow this scene up? Because there would be a way you could do it, so we could actually draw this exact same scene on a bigger scale. I kind of want to like ink this out, actually. This thing should be kind of cool little ink thing. I haven't inked in a while. Oh, man. It has been an interesting one today. I kind of want to do like a quick ink on it. See if I can find like a pen again. Where is my pen at? Here it is. Man, I've like went over a hurdle today. Today was very frustrating and we somehow went over the hurdle. I knew it was gonna happen, we just had to keep grinding it out. I need to grind this one out, I ain't gonna lie. This one was a grind. I think I'm gonna try and ink this out. Just do a little ink, maybe. Maybe we'll just do another pencil layer. Some clean paper. Or should we do some more perspective stuff? Not easy to draw. Yeah. Honestly, the only reason why I learned perspective was actually because of drawing bikes. Bikes are freaking hard to draw, man. They are challenging. They've literally been putting me through like the test of me learning how to draw bikes. It's like, it's weird because there's not many videos on how to learn how to draw bikes. There's like a couple, but there's like, they're kind of like mechanical engineering stuff. Kind of want to see. We can ink this out maybe. I haven't inked in so long. Brian is gonna delete this one. I mean, not delete it, but just start over. I'm really bad at inking. I shouldn't even be inking right now. I should actually do another pencil layer. But bikes and vehicles are hard to draw. Yeah, I've always had trouble with them. I think it's just the perspective element. I started watching a bunch of videos from that dude, Modern Day James. So shoutouts to that dude. He really put the perspective stuff a lot easier, but it's also just really hard too, how he put it. But he's like a really gnarly like animator, so, and like animators like are really, really good at perspective. Ooh, I haven't inked in so long, it's brutal. Inking's brutal. I don't even know why I'm inking right now. I shouldn't even be inking right now. Sometimes it's just stressful. I don't know about... Sometimes, like, people just ink, like, with ease. They're just, like... Especially if you, like, see some people and they don't even do a pencil layer. They're just like, okay, we're just gonna start inking. I'm like, bro, you haven't even done a pencil layer? You guys are crazy, just going straight into it. Okay, let's see here. I'm actually gonna take it off of this thing and we're just gonna... this. 3, 2, 1. Actually, I need to put some different music on. Library. Did you guys come from, how did you guys find this stream? I'm just curious. I don't think I remember seeing your guys' names. Is this on copyright? I think it is on copyright. Yep. It's so hard to find copyright-free music at times. That is... Oh, this is on copyright-free. Yes, this is copyright-free. Okay, let's just grind this out. It's very challenging to understand. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing right up in here. Just gonna guess it out. There's kind of a fun element to inking, though. There's kind of like an improvisational aspect to it. It's kind of fun. But it's like stressful sometimes too. But like if you can really get into that groove, it's pretty fun. It's just hard to get in that groove sometimes. I don't even like this right now, but it will. Oh, we could put a... no, we won't put a peg on it, I guess. I already didn't do it. I totally messed that up right there. Darn. That's why I don't like inking. I just messed that up right there too. Oh well. What kind of shoes is this person gonna have?
See, like that shoe I just kind of improv'd out right there. It's kind of cool. Oh my goodness, I totally messed that up. Oh my goodness, why'd I do that? Fudge. See, this is why I don't like inking. It's because, like, if I barely did a pencil layer, so I'm just kind of just, like, guessing a lot right now. Like, you can't go back. Oh, well. I'm not liking this one at all, honestly, but I'm just, at this point, I'm just going to try and finish it out. Oh my goodness, I forgot the bars. I need to draw the bike first. Ah, darn. I kind of want to write like a verse around it. I don't want to do the fruit of the righteous of the tree life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Where did I put it? Kind of messed it up. Oh well. Can't go back now. Darn.
We actually built something out of this. It's kind of crazy to think about. I was kind of wanting to like, might even just put like a shield somewhere, and then like a verse. I'm kind of liking doing these, like, it's very interesting, huh? I haven't really drawn figures that small ever before. Do 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 do. Wow, that is gnarly. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put eyeballs all around the ring. Yes, yes, dude. That just gave me a big idea. Where is that line at? Right where I put it. Okay, I think okay, it's right. Hmm. Yeah, there was one that had... Oh, here it is. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I don't know if I should put the eyeballs on there, huh? I mean, I guess I could do it. Just to honor the four living creatures, huh? Ooh, it looks cool. if I am going to put those things on. It's kind of weird. Or this one in particular, huh? Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do the eyeballs. Not for this one, I don't think, but it is kind of like an interesting thing that we were going to do, maybe. I don't know about the eyeballs. The eyeballs make it look really, really weird. Not for this illustration. But I guess maybe it's a... I don't know. Not for this one. I'll just do the double circle thing. Is that correct? Let's see here. Oops. That looks pretty correct. I guess we'll just go for it. Maybe we'll do like a Bible verse in here. That's what we should. Why does this seem off? I guess it's not that off. I guess it is a little off. There we go. Darn, I think I just got it all messed up. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, I guess that will be the little drawing for today. Put this in here. Get a little thumbnail. I don't know how I should have this thumbnail. I think probably like that. Why can't I get to my Stream Manager? There we go. Stream Manager, edit stream info, add bookmarker. What about like that? Because then I could put the title thing over there. Do a stream marker like that. Holy moly, this one took a little bit of time today, but I think we're getting somewhere. I think I just got to keep learning that perspective. That perspective's where it's at, man. If we can just continue to just keep grinding it out, man, it's just so... Ugh. I literally went in circles for like 3 hours today just trying to get the perspective down. The bikes are so... If anybody has any things on how to draw bikes, I'd love to hear it because I think I'm still doing it wrong, but... Okie dokie. Well, I guess that was a stream. I guess we'll leave it with a Bible verse. Let's see here. The heart of a man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 16, verse 9. Farewell, everybody. This one was brutal.
I'm just messing around. I didn't even know I was going to end up drawing this, but you can kind of see where the perspective stuff comes in. But I'm still messed up with the perspective, so we're still going to keep grinding it out. Farewell, everybody. Have a good one.